pointed to her ass. He died inside that day. He knew what she would say. Rev wiped Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. He has to spread her cheeks and wipe her leaks and give Shanny a bath. Rev wiped Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. Sitting on a commode and Rev does what he's told. Then he's sneaking drinks in the back. Decided it's time to fake a breakup. Then a few months later, pretend to make up. They thought they just could pretend, then get back together again. While Rev's recording in the kitchen, you can hear Shanny's fat mouth in the back room bitching. Now everybody knows, and so the story goes. Rev wiped Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. He has to spread her cheeks and wipe her leaks, then give Shanny a bath. Rev wiped Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. Sitting on a commode and Rev does what he's told. Then he's sneaking drinks in the back. Will Rev ever get to eat? Will it be another week? Will Rev ever get to eat? Will it be another week? Will Rev ever get to eat? Will it be another week? Will Rev ever get to eat? Will it be another week? Rev wipe Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. He has to spread her cheeks and wipe her leaks, then give Shanny a bath. Rev wipe Shanny's ass. Tell me what you think about that. Sitting on a commode and Rev does what he's told. Then he's sneaking drinks in the back.
Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Thanks for being here. We are live. Please like the stream. Please help out with the ghoul. Shanny is live right now. We're going to go see what's going on in Shanity land right now.
I have no idea. Aw, was it
hold on.
Who empty? There's no poop bucket.
There was no poop bucket? What?
There's either the great outdoors.
Oh, she means now.
Or Taco Bell has a nice bathroom facility.
No, it doesn't if you're using it. Do we need to send in a poop ball raid?
Are you
Poop balls.
really in a
All right, there's the link if you want to drop some poop balls in the chat. Poop balls. Poop balls. Does she have it blocked?
Let's investigate.
Oh my God! Ow! Ow! No! That was horrific. Warts! Someone sound the warts alarm! Someone sound the warts alarm!
Camera. Okay. Whatever. Yes, I'm in a tent. Oh, fucking cold. You made me fucking get out.
Oh, she's doing the Wookiee. Doing the Wookiee, her favorite. Poop balls.
Thank you, Jess.
She must have poop balls blocked or something. Because I don't... Oh, let me switch it to...
Watch out for the skinwalkers. Dude, there are some things that do sound like a fucking skinwalker.
Are there poop
and
balls
I'm like,
in that
shit,
tent?
I'm gonna die.
Warts! Is Warts... is Warts blocked from her chat?
Oh, I have a lot of lights in my tent, actually.
What did she do? What happened to her computer that she had? She expects him out Thursday. Okay.
You'd be terrified of bugs. That's the least of my worries is bugs.
You might gross out the bugs, Shanny. Be careful.
I ain't smoking no fucking CRACK.
Yes, you are.
I had an opportunity the other day to do it.
Ha!
I was like, no.
Get to bed. Up and hip, down with dub.
Which one are you?
I'm George.
Shit.
I'm straining on a bucket. I'm straining on trying to be fucking warm. Shanny for crack. Jesus Christ, no.
Shanny for
I've
crack.
been losing weight without anything, so...
Without food.
Hell no. I'll never use that shit.
Never.
Alright, guys. Unfortunately, I don't have a very good battery on this phone.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't eat Rev.
You ate him.
Congratulations, I'm not a cannibal.
How about poop balls? Poop balls must be blocked.
The cold makes you lose weight faster. Yeah. But, you know, I'm in a 1X now, so... That's always a good thing. It's when you know you can fit in a 1X and look bomb.
And look bomb. Yeah. WHRTZ. WHARTZ.
I'm taking off.
Oh, Shanny, wow.
I have more battery.
You used to stream for way longer.
Oh, you guys.
Now you can't even do 20 minutes?
Guys, when I see you. Alright, bye guys.
The stream isn't over yet. Still isn't over yet. Did she think she ended the stream, but she didn't? Oh, I was like, damn. There you have it. The Shanny actually went live for like 20 minutes. Nothing noteworthy though. I guess she said earlier before we started watching that Rev is coming back on Thursday. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. That was just live. That was just now live. What we just heard. And she just ended it. Yeah, I was hoping she did. Yeah, so I hear that that streamer Von Beardo did another interview with another one of Shanny's former mods, so I thought we'd listen to a little bit of that and then watch some other stuff. Please like the stream and please help me out with the ghoul. Trying to get to like 65-ish, 70 maybe even percent tonight. You can help out by using the Streamlabs link pinned in the chat. Thank you. Let's see how this goes. We'll skip all of this.
I was on
All right.
You know, she's got a lot of stuff that she wants to talk about. She's got all kind of stories, so she says. So I'm very excited to have her up, and of course Stevie's here as always. So let's just dive into it. I'm gonna invite Deian up right now and let her have the floor. Hey Deian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Nice, perfect.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Chicken Tender. I'm sorry. Hey, and I'm sorry, Chad, if I don't catch y'all on the donations. I'm sorry. I'm trying to focus on Deian, but it's very much appreciated. All right, sorry, Deian.
Oh, you're fine.
I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and stuff. I know you have a lot of, you know, I don't know what you call it, advanced knowledge. You have a lot of inside knowledge of how they operate and what they're like behind the scenes. So, I mean, how did it start for you? Like, where did you find these
How
people?
it started was I was on Facebook, and I went to a channel called Potheads and Drama Plan B, and there was a lot of videos about them. I don't know if you've heard of the channel or if you've been there.
Yeah, I know them well. I've talked to them personally.
Isn't that how you started?
I'm not aware of
exactly.
that. Potheads and Drama? Never heard of it.
Oh, I found it. Same.
Yeah, so I was just like, this is like a train wreck that won't stop. Like, this can't be, you know, true. What's going on with these people? So the more I watched, the more fascinated, like, I guess a gruesome fascination, you would call it. And so I went to their Instagram page and I kind of like joined up, and I would go watch them stream and talk and things like that. And that's really how I got to know them. I started going to their Instagram.
This person, Deian, almost sounds like they're from like Wisconsin or parts of Michigan. I started watching them. That's, I don't know. I hear maybe Chicago. I don't know.
December of 22.
It's like Great Lakes region accent.
And then when they went back to Facebook, or
I don't hear Minnesota.
YouTube, in August of 23, they modded me in August of 23, and I was their mod until July of 25, and their friend as well. So, yeah.
Wow, that far back. It's been 3 years. So I remember the days whenever they were on Instagram. I'm trying to remember what was going on, but they had blocked me, so I couldn't even watch them on Instagram. But
wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, for some reason the way Instagram works is weird. It's like they can literally keep you from seeing their page, not even like just like talking to them on Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram blocking is pretty heavy.
Find them.
Same thing with Twitch. Twitch, if you get blocked from someone's channel on Twitch, they can't see anything on your channel.
A pain in the butt. Anyway, that's a long time ago. So
I think YouTube was like that way back in the day.
Were you just kind of watching casually at the time, or were
I was just watching, and we would, I would chat with them in the channel and stuff, and try to figure out how all this happened. And, at the time I had no idea, like most people, of all the stuff that had gone on because I just didn't know any of it. So I started watching.
These are horrific images in the background here. It's like, I'd rather look at anything else.
The videos on Facebook here and there.
Can you just have like a video of a donkey's ass taking a big fat dump on the ground over and over and over again? I'd rather look at that.
Just to try to familiarize myself with what actually happened. It took me almost a year to do that because it was a whole lot of information, a whole lot of videos. It was a whole lot,
Right.
And some people,
Allergies.
some people don't know me. I know some of you people. I don't really chat a lot anymore because I watch my grandchildren and I work now. So I'm retired from the federal government. I worked there 35 years, and I was also in the Air Force for 4 years. So I've spent pretty much my entire lifetime helping people, and I really thought that I could help them. And I tried. I really did try. A lot of other people tried, and it was just useless. It was like a waste of time.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I feel the same way too. Like, I know people feel real strongly. I think they're pieces of shit. There's no question. But there have been times where I want to say I've felt sympathetic, especially towards Rev, not much towards Shanny, but just for him kind of
that was watermelon
being trapped in a situation, even though he's made his own bed. But
it sucks because this is better to look at than Shanny, and that makes me feel gross saying that.
But, yeah,
I feel
this
bad.
weird little skeletal man with that thinks he's like in a like early 2000s post grunge band.
And as far as Rev goes, I think he was like targeted by her because she was in a chat with him and G-Man for a while, and she knew that.
I wonder how much money he gave to Hot
he was
Topic.
single. She knew he never had a girlfriend. She knew he had a lot of money. She'd even told her mother that she'd be set for life, and he told her repeatedly, "I'm a raging alcoholic. Please don't call him. Don't bring your children." And you got to understand this man, if that's what you want to call him at this point, never had a girlfriend, never had children, never really had a job. I mean, so that's what we're dealing with. And I don't think a lot of people realize the mindset of him and mentally where he's at. It's not like you and other men that have families that go to work every day that do
She
things.
rolled up to his place and was like, "You know what, Rev? Actually, right now, I think I believe in God. I'm not an atheist anymore. And God's telling me, you need to do what I want you to do, bitch." And that's how she kept him her bitch forever. Anytime he tried to defy her wishes, she was like, "God's going to fuck you up, Rev. Yep. God's going to fuck you up." Every time.
He's not like that at all. He sits in a house all day.
God's pissed off at
That's
you now,
basically it.
Rev.
yeah, he really does. Yeah, he's a man baby. There's no question about it. So let me think. At what point did you were a moderator for?
He looks so silly dressed like this.
them
I'm
on
sorry.
Instagram.
It's distracting me. The background is like distracting me.
Not on Instagram. No, when they left Instagram, they told all their followers on Instagram to go to YouTube. I've never been to YouTube before that. I didn't know anybody. I knew nothing about channels and all this stuff. And so I went to their channel and they modded me. I didn't know what a moderator was. They're like, just do this, do that, blah, blah. And then I just started going and chatting and doing that. And that's basically, where it started.
Interesting.
There is some stuff I want to say. I mean, I have opinions about a lot of things. Some are facts, some are opinions. I think if they had themselves together somewhat mentally, they could have probably run a lot better channel. The mod thing, I called the mod squad. I don't know. People heard us call it that.
They don't know what to do on a channel. I don't know, like, just because even if they had jobs and kept their house clean and bathed, and even like if they took care of their kids and that kind of stuff, doesn't mean they'd be good at making videos or like coming up with creative ideas or anything. So no, I don't think so. I don't think them having themselves together. This is the only way they're going to get attention because they're like human train wrecks. That's why.
I did call it that. The whole time I was a mod in there, there were people that I would come into the channel and there were mods that they had made mods. And I was like, okay, why is this person a mod? They don't like you. They're a troll. They're this. They talk about you in other channel. Like, what are you guys doing? And I think Nick and Sabella are a good example of that because they were modding. They were both mods for a while in the chat, and they would time people out for no good reason. They would do this, do that. And I would ask them, why'd you do that? So I'd unhide the person and this and that. And then the next day, Nick did a stream. I don't know if you guys remember, about her saying she was selling her Ozempic. I don't know if you guys remember the stream. Okay.
I do remember that.
So I went to them and I told them, I said, you got these mods in your channel. They're streaming, talking about you selling your Ozempic. Why are they mods, And so they unmodded them, blocked them, whatever. So that happened. Okay. So then it was like a week later. First of all, let me go back, because remember when the Tinto saga
This is so creepy.
happened with BGTV?
Yes, I do. Very funny.
So they were really, he was really upset about that. Okay. He was livid about him using, selling T-shirts and all this other stuff. And I had found something on the internet, and it was like something about getting him to take it down or whatever. So I had sent it to him on Instagram, and we were talking about that in the chat one night. They were all happy about it. So they're like, oh, I can't wait to do this and blah, blah, blah.
Is this like footage that was cut out of Nosferatu? That black and white silent vampire film?
So apparently there was somebody in the chat.
Oh, God.
And we all know who that was. That was Caitlin. And she said something in Carrie's chat, which was the following night. I was actually in the chat when it happened and saw and heard the whole thing. So Caitlin's like, oh, I need to come up and tell you guys something I saw in the chat last night. We were literally talking about the Tinto stuff. And so Carrie brings her up on the panel and she says, well, what is it? What is it? And she's like, oh, Shanny's selling Deian her Ozempic, or Deian's selling her Ozempic, and all this is going on. And I heard it last night, and that's how that whole mess.
By the way, please like the stream. And we all know that the joke about the Tinto shirts started off here, but I didn't actually sell them because I didn't feel like getting my Teespring account banned or whatever. I just made a fake page for it and slapped the logo on some shirts. But I remember him being all mad because we got a few people in their chat to be like, oh, Drunken Peasants is selling a Tinto shirt. He's like, I'm going to sue him. I'm going to sue him.
You drunken peasant.
Hello. Thank you, somebody. Thank you. Thank you. For the love of Gord, I'm trying to progress this ghoul. So thank you.
That never happened. I never sold her any Ozempic. She never sold me any Ozempic. It was all blown out of shape. I did go to her page, Carrie's, and I put a big thing on there about the strike I was doing on her channel because of it, and it never happened. So there was no Ozempic being sold back and forth. So I wanted to clear that up right away.
Yeah, for sure. I remember that.
I never believed the Ozempic shit. The selling of the Ozempic shit. I never bought into that shit. So
going around and people really ran with that. I do know that. But, at the time I didn't know you at all. So, to me it was just like, maybe she is,
Oh, I didn't know about that at all.
Yeah,
I thought the Ozempic question was if Shanny was taking it.
That was a question
and
too.
The thing is, she did have a script for it, and she did take it on camera one time. So I'll tell you, I don't, I did see her do that. She did do it on a stream one time. So I do believe it.
All my homies hate the ghoul.
Yeah, kill that ghoul. Kill that ghoul. Everyone hate it.
At one point she was on it, but I was on it too. So, and I lost probably 70 pounds on it. So there's no way you can eat on it. It makes you
did better than her.
Oh God.
I mean, she gained weight.
No, you can't. You can't eat. You get so sick. You could eat maybe a piece of toast every 2 days. It's so bad. So I would doubt that she's still on it, whether she is or not. I don't know. And I don't care, And I mean, I'm not really doing this stream as a hate stream against them. I don't hate them. I don't hold anything against them about what happened. I did try to help them. Everyone knows that. They didn't accept the help. I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. I got sick of hitting my head against the wall. I got sick of things that were going on. Like a good example was there was a mod in the chat one night and I had timed somebody out and he got upset.
It just looks like it just looks like he has he lives in the gutter somewhere. In a shanty town in somewhere in South America or something. Is this supposed to be makeup?
And said something about it. And I said in the chat, and it's like, okay, you can message me if you have a problem with what I do. Okay. You don't need to go in the chat. We're both mods. That's disrespectful. So I had a problem with that from the beginning. And then it turned into this big ugly fight. Oh, you're trying to ruin their channel. You're trying to do this. You're trying to do that. I'm like, and they told him to stop. I told him to stop. He wouldn't stop, so I finally left. So then that night I had a discussion with them about what happened, how disrespectful it was. Okay, we're going to unmod him, no problem. Next day I go in the chat. He's in the chat. He was unmodded. Then they're like, oh, we're going to give him his mods back because he's really a nice guy and all this stuff. And I was like, okay.
Do you remember who that was by any chance?
Yeah, I do. It was Butt Spider, BUXTT Spider.
Butt Spider?
I love Butt Spider.
Yeah,
He is a troll through and through. So
that's who that was. But I was upset because, you know, they allowed it to go on, and that should have never happened. So there was crap like that happened all the time, and it's like it got so frustrating dealing with the mod stuff because there was a lot of and I'm not going to drop names, but there's people that obviously were trolls, and they were in there as mods, and they would come in, sit in the chat, BS for a while, and leave. It's like you didn't even mod the channel, you didn't do anything. Now they had some good mods, don't get me wrong. But there was some that just came in there just for clout, just to, cause problems or do whatever. And we're going to talk. Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then we're going to talk about what happened. Now, I'm sure nobody knows about this, but back when he went into the mental hospital, I don't know which time it was, or many times, and Shanny was distraught. And she was streaming, how she streams when she just stays on and on and on. So she had fallen asleep in the channel, apparently, and she was live. So the chat was still going on, and it was me, and there was a few other mods in the channel. This was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one of their mods, Brian Oblivion, I know you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
I know Brian.
Okay, and he goes by a bunch of other names. I don't know what they are right now, but there's a bunch of other socks accounts he has.
JC's back in
that's
Red
the one
Hood.
he was using. So he starts timing people out and actually banning people. Like, I'm talking 50, 60, 70 people.
I saw that when that was happening.
God, what are you doing? And so I'm screenshotting it. I'm like, I couldn't believe what was happening. I'm trying to unhide him as fast as he's blocking them, So the next day I go to her and I tell her, well, you got this mod in here and he's ruining your channel. Look, and she was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. So apparently what had happened is Rev, who was the managing mod all the time, had told Brian, hey, if you give us some money, I'll let you, be in charge of the mods and all this other stuff. So Brian had sent them $400 on PayPal.
What?
And then,
$400.
Yes.
Brian Oblivion, shame on you.
She's eating a whole
cake. He could, do whatever he could do as a mod. So, and apparently Rev had told me he could be the managing mod, which he'd never made him that, but he thought he was in charge of all the other mods, which he wasn't in charge of me. But anyway, so when she found out about what he was doing, she unmodded him and she blocked him. Well, he went to PayPal and filed a dispute and got his money back.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a big mess. I don't know if you guys were aware of all that.
I remember something about a PayPal dispute. Some of this stuff I've forgotten over time, but $400 and then he disputed it and got it back. My gosh, that's wild.
That was crazy. And then another thing, now, this is going to really come as a shock for some people, and I realize that, but you do have to understand, like I said, I spent 35 years of my life helping people. I continue to do so. That's just me,
Right.
And it was one night they were streaming. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a question?
No, I just was going to tell you, after this, I just kind of want to get into what you're comfortable with getting in about, like, like,
yeah, that's
your
fine.
story. Okay.
Right. I just had some points I wanted to cover, and then, of course, the biggie was why I left. And then after that, I'm going to answer these questions that you guys had in your channel, and then you can open up questions or, do whatever. I'm just trying to go down my list so I don't forget anything.
Go for it.
Okay, another thing. When Shanny was in the mental hospital, okay, I don't know which time. There were several times. I think that's when Rev was drinking. He started drinking again and was acting all crazy. Well, do you remember? I don't know if you guys know Dissection girl, Mistress Dissection, whatever her name is.
Yes, I know her.
Yeah, okay. So she was also in their Instagram for a long time. She was friends with them for a long time. I don't know if people knew that or not. And then apparently
new to the community.
Yeah.
So.
They started messaging each other, and apparently she was like really going after him like sexually and everything else, saying how much she liked him and blah, blah, blah. And I guess when Shanny came out, he had to unfriend her and never spoke to her again because of it or something. But she had something to do with him, She did have something to do with him. I didn't get the whole story from him, but he told me that she was like being inappropriate and he couldn't talk to her anymore and blah, blah, blah. So
no way.
It was about
that is
her.
wild.
Yeah. Okay. And here's kind of like a big bombshell, I guess. So like I was saying, they were fighting that night like usual in the chat, and they were streaming. One of them went, and I can't remember which one. I'm sure somebody remembers this. went to the freezer and got like a can of pop or a bottle of was
Pop.
frozen and threw
That's
it at the other
very
one's head or
Michigan
something. I don't know if you
sounding.
guys remember when that happened.
I do remember that.
Okay. And so because of my job and everything, I was a mandated reporter. You know that, right? Okay, just that's the way it is. So I contacted Adult Protective Services myself, and I gave them a report of what had happened. I was also talking about the state of the house. I was talking about him being emaciated because he was literally starving to death, and went over everything with them. And I said, you got to send somebody out there. They need help. You know, you got to do something. You know, so they did show up. That's when the thing about the wheelchair and the chore services and him getting paid and her getting, you know, all that help. That's when all that started. I don't know if anybody was aware of that or not.
See, always thought it was Anja that got that.
It was
ball
Andrea
rolling.
as well. She had called as well.
Okay.
I think she had called a couple times before I did, but I know right after I called, the next day they actually went to their house because,
I see.
you know, I told them, I said, look, I know you guys are going to hate me and I'm sorry, but you need some help. You know, I called on you, you know, this is what's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. So they were aware of it. They weren't angry about it at all, apparently. So
Really? They weren't angry with
Yeah.
you for doing that? That's wild.
no, I
Okay.
explained, I'm like, it's out of control. You don't have any food. You don't have money. I mean, you guys are
Yeah.
being abusive toward each other. I mean, somebody needs to step in, and that's, you know, your wife apparently, you know, she's a therapist or whatever, so she's aware that there's agency out there that can help people. You know, there's agencies that can help people if they want the help. You know, and I figured they needed to get involved at that point because things were so bad. You know, I mean, you saw how skinny he was. He was pretty.
Oh,
he
it
was in
was
pretty bad
ridiculous.
shape. Yeah, yeah. So I
So,
did call Adult
Were
Protective
you
Services. but-
were you talking to them on the phone during this time, or were you like was this just like
we were
communication
talking.
through
We
text?
we mostly talked on IG. We never really talked on the
Okay.
phone. You know, we just every day we would like talk on IG. What are you doing today? How's it going today? How you feeling today? You know, that type of stuff. We talk about the channel and different things like that.
Right.
Okay, so and the reason I left, or the reason we had a misunderstanding, was because last July I had 2 days to get out of the place where I had lived for 8 years. Just like boom, you're out. You know, I got 2 days. I have to move my furniture. My disabled nephew who has MS, he lives with me as well, and I kind of take care of him a little bit.
Mhm.
We had to move, and it was a lot. We had to get, you know, we couldn't even get movers. We had to get friends and family to get us moved, find a place to stay, all this. So I messaged her. I said, you know, we're going to be moving. This is what happened, and it was a big disaster. I'm not going to be on for probably a couple weeks until I get settled, find a place to live, all this other stuff. And that was it. You know, I said, you won't be hearing from me. That's all. So I'm not going to be chatting, this and that. About a week later, I go to the channel, her channel, and there's a community post up there about I'm a liar and I didn't really
course.
move, and I
remember
ghosting
this.
them, and
I remember this.
I left them like everybody else, and this and that. And I went and I did a big paragraph, and everybody saw it, you know, and they said, I explained what happened again. I said, I don't know why you're lying about me. They said I was a piece of shit. They said that I was a liar. They said I was saying stuff about him in other channels, which I never did. I never did all that. You know, you never saw me talking bad about him anywhere. And after that, I was just so pissed off and fed up. I was like, everything I've done for you and modded your channel. I was
That's
your
what
friend,
they
I gave
always
you advice.
do.
I did this, I did that.
Well, Shanny specifically will always betray, you know. Shanny will always betray like the people that help.
Tell you
her.
what to do here and there, and for you to turn around and do that to me, no, not going to happen. And I was done, just done.
Yeah, everybody really wondered what had happened at the. I know you told me at some point,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Did they ever reach out after that? Or how did it go? Did
I
you
blocked
ghost them
them
completely?
I blocked
Okay.
them. I blocked them, and I stopped going in their channel. So they realistically had no way of contacting me. They're still
see.
blocked, so you know. And hi, I know. Hi, Shanny. Hi, Rev. You know, I know I'm going to be hearing a reaction from you guys, and that's fine. You know, it is what it is. You know.
What made you like? Okay, so you went on. What's the channel? The Facebook channel, Vaughn?
It's
Potheads and
Potheads and Drama.
Potheads Drama. Yeah, and you
Plan
saw
B.
them for the first time,
Yes. Mhm.
and then you started watching their channal on YouTube after.
First, I watched like
Instagram.
maybe 20. This lady has like literally hundreds of videos on them.
So much videos.
So
She's
Really?
great.
yeah, and I watched them. She's been following them for years, and the more I watched and the stuff, I just couldn't believe, you know, like this is in this modern times that this is really going on with people, that people act like this. They're actually doing it online. Like, this is like fascinating to me.
It's like the raunchiest.
I was like, this
real life.
is crazy.
What's it called? Reality TV ever.
Yeah, it was just unbelievable. And I was thinking,
Really
well,
is.
you know, I've been in public service all my life. Maybe I can reach out and help these people or get them the resources they need to get help. You know, that was my
I understand that
mindset.
heart.
Yeah, in the beginning, you know, it just blew my mind, and it still does to this day. That all these things have happened to them. It's just unbelievable, you know.
Well, I always say too, like if there was a world that exists without hope, like it would suck. It would
You
be
know,
horrible.
yeah.
So
it's,
there
you know,
are people that have hope for others, but then after you see that they don't want to help themselves and they refuse it, you know,
Yeah.
then you pull back, you know, and I
You
guess
do.
we'll get to that part. But
Right.
so I guess you answered my question. What was your why as to why you helped them? And now I understand better. Yeah.
Right.
Did you ever give them cash money?
I mean, I sent them money for cigarettes every now and then. It wasn't like a lot. It wasn't all the
Cigarettes.
time. You know, it wasn't like other people did.
Right.
It was just
I think
maybe, hey,
people's,
you know,
people's you know, I guess whenever you don't know, you just expect that, like, they're getting, you know, I would assume, like, not knowing you at the time, there's like, I guess she gives them a lot of money, because I know how she tends to add people as mods is whenever they, you know, like you said with Brian Oblivion.
yeah, and
they
that,
give
like,
them
when
money,
I
so-
first, when I was surprised when they asked me to come to YouTube, and I did, to their channel. I had never in my life been on YouTube before, like I said, and I didn't know anything about YouTube and channels and this and that. And they modded me, and I was like, okay,
So
you know,
gross.
I was their friend, and it just went from there. I mean, there was a lot. I mean, it was a lot of paid.
Look
play.
at
I'm not
her,
gonna say
like,
there wasn't,
compared
you
to
know,
him.
because I saw
She's
it.
so much bigger than him.
But, you know, we all know, you know, what went on. I mean, we're not naive.
That's
you
typical
know.
behavior for people like her, for sure.
She towers over him.
Yeah, and it's other
As soon
channels
as
too
you
now.
start-
Yeah. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
as soon as
people
you
and a lot of channels that are doing the same thing. They're mods, and they're sending people money and gifts and this and that. It's just the way it is, I
Gross.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen people, I mean, not much. Vaughn knows so much more about this world than I do. I really,
The online.
Ah!
I've probably watched more in the last couple months than I ever had. Just to kind of get the gist and support him, you know, but I see that there's a lot of people that just do it to perpetuate the channel because they enjoy watching Shanny and Rev.
I do.
You know,
Yeah.
and so, and then, you know, but it's their money, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, people do donate to keep the show going. I've seen it many times. I mean, I would love to know, you know, what behind the scenes, because you hear them talking about donations even recently, and be like, thank you for the people who are donating to Shanny's Cash App. So
But he was on
who
there
knows
today
what's
asking
happening.
for money. I don't know if you saw that.
What?
He did a short stream today. Rev did, and was begging
I did.
people for money today.
I didn't notice
This
that.
afternoon.
Somebody
Yeah,
told
this
I heard
afternoon.
from somebody that her Cash App got shut down, but I'm not sure if that's true. I didn't,
How does a Cash App
Fact.
get shut down?
for like fraud or like something like
Oh
that.
my
Something
gosh.
probably.
How did,
Who knows?
But see, I wasn't about like giving them money. I was about getting them to a place where they could get their own money, like get a job, get resources, get on Social Security disability. I tried to talk them into doing that, offered them
Right.
assistance with that. I mean, everything, you know, no, we don't want to do that. I don't like paperwork, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's just,
I don't
there's
like
reality and then
paperwork.
there's them. I mean, we get up, we go to work, we have kids.
Like, why not just take? They would probably qualify for it too. That's the crazy thing.
We do laundry, we go grocery shopping, we pay bills. We do all that, we drive. They don't do any of that. They sit in the house and they stream, and that's pretty much their whole life. I mean, you got to they're not like you and I don't think a lot of people understand that, the differences between two people who are very mentally ill, who need a lot of help, that won't take it, to just sit there and exist. And then you got people that live normal lives. So it's hard to
Yeah.
put yourself in their shoes because you're not, you know, you've had a normal life. They haven't. And how and when, why,
I think this woman has bought into a lot of the propaganda.
all that happens to them. I've heard some of it. I don't believe a lot of it. I do believe a lot of it. It's not my business
don't you believe?
anymore. I mean, you know, you can be like, he had a job at Burger King. I don't know, you guys knew about that too, but I mean, go to
Couple
work.
weeks, right?
Yeah, you know, you can't eat, you're starving, you have no cigarettes, you have no nothing, no food. go to work every day. He didn't get along with people, this and that. I don't know the whole story, but he quit. Even now, go get a job. You're able-bodied.
Yeah, he has no desire. I mean, even seeing him now in this, you call it the homeless arc or whatever, you can see that, I mean, I wonder if he has a rock bottom. I mean, he has people that are willing to donate to him. He has a bed or places to stay or kind of a support group in the homeless community. It seems like he's kind of like almost living his best life right now, to me. That's just my opinion,
the thing that's really shocking about that, man, is that...
Whoa! Sound the water alarm! We are at 60%.
Why should I give thanks to you motherfuckers? I'm Shanny. You should be thanking me for letting you help me. I deserve it. Why should Shanny have to work? That's a sin for me, Shanny to work. I don't even wipe my own ass, why should I? I am a chosen.
She's a chosen one. Yep.
For me, if I couldn't pay my bills or eat, that would be my rock bottom. Okay, or see my kid, especially at what happened with her and Will, and that whole big mess. I mean, I feel bad for her son, and he seems to have his head on straight too for everything he's been through. I mean, you consider the kids
parents like that.
Yeah, they literally sat in rooms all day while their parents streamed all day. That's all they did.
Yeah, I mean,
they were neglected. I mean, we all know that. Yeah.
I'm forgetting whether or not, were you a mod during that time where they were going at Will online? Were you still a moderator? You were?
Sure
Did you
was.
ever, have any talks with them about this is fucking crazy? Why are y'all doing this?
It was unbelievable. I didn't. There's an ambulance going by. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't really get into it because she was so upset about it, and that's about the time I was going through my own thing as well. It happened about the same time, I think, that I had to move and was staying offline. And that thing with him blew up at the same time. I believe it was the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very hard to watch. Even today, I find it hard to go back and watch that specific little period of time. It's just, I can just imagine that being so painful for her son and stuff like that. But, watching that, and that she's probably still willing to, I feel like she still feels the same about her son.
She doesn't change her mind.
Caused the issues in her life to some degree. I know Rev has said that recently, that Will, was it Will or Zach? I always forget their names, but that
it was Will that walked away. But the thing is, he has a right to do that as well. I mean, when you consider he never had a normal life either, he pretty much stayed in a room all day. Well, they streamed all day, and that was his whole life, pretty much. So
yeah,
he was neglected. The abuse thing, that's another story. But I mean, neglect for sure. That's neglect.
Neglect is abuse.
Did he ever talk to you about, at some point he started walking back the abuse, kicking, everybody calls him cake kicker.
Like if you had
because he
a
kicked
pet,
the kid in the head, it's on the police.
Like if you had a dog and you didn't feed it and it got all skinny and it was dying of starvation, you would get charged for animal abuse because you neglected it. Neglect is abuse. Right?
But at some point he started saying I think that's a false memory.
He started backtracking about all that.
Did he ever talk with you about it?
Apparently the story I got was that they were arguing all day like they always do, and I guess she had taken his magic deck of cards or whatever and strewn them all over the room. Mm-hmm. And I guess Zach was in his room. He wasn't supposed to be on the internet because he used the computer for school. Right. And I guess he saw the light on under the door and went in there and went ballistic. And apparently, I heard he kicked him in the ribs and smacked him in the head. So I don't know what everybody else heard.
I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, I heard kicked in the ribs. And he's, what he claims is he popped him in the head a couple times. Normal, what he said was normal discipline or something like that.
No.
And then I think what people,
there's not usually rib and head strikes in physical discipline. That's not normally, yeah.
I think up to that point, the kids had already been taken away by CPS, as far as I knew, 5 times. So this would have been the 6th time. And she did not press charges against him, so they dropped the charges, which she was living in his house with no income. So she would have had to take the kids and go to a shelter. And I'm not saying what she did is right. I'm saying that's the choice she made to give up her children to keep him, and that's what she did.
Which is a horrible choice in my opinion, for sure.
Horrible choice. Horrible choice.
What was the point where, I know at some point you saw all these red flags, like when did you start
It's
seeing
like
them?
the
Were you
mod
just
thing,
kinda-
that was a big one, you know, with all the mods that were just like going crazy and doing crazy things. And I would tell them, like, I'd give them advice about what to do with the channel. Oh, we're not going to do that. Or like, you know, are you going to stream tonight? Oh, I don't feel good. Well, you really should get on there and get your views, get your money, you know. Oh no, we're not going to stream. And 4 or 5 days later, they'd show up, you know. You would tell them, like, we would tell them there's people in other channels. They're talking about you. We would see the chats. I mean, we were there a lot. I don't know if they knew we were there or not, but we were in other people's channels watching what they were saying.
Yeah, Shanny always had people come and like spy on us. That's nothing new.
And we tell them, oh no, we don't care about that. They never went to anyone's channels themselves and knew what was going on. They weren't aware of all the reactions that were being done. They just didn't care, which to me was just ridiculous, you know. It was ridiculous.
Let me see.
And I have all these questions that you had in your
Sure,
on your page.
Let's fire them.
Okay, so and I'm going to take them in order.
This? I haven't said much, but I want to say this.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
It doesn't matter really what you do, who you support, because there's always going to be somebody out there that just wakes up angry and or just has hostility, and they're going to find a problem with anything you do, you know. So, and I've found that to be true.
Whoa! Yeah, the background is crazy.
What kind of hell am I in? I don't like it.
It's
Stamp it.
It's warts hell. Warts hell.
Doing this. So, with that being said, I told Vaughn the other day when he came in hot about something that was going on.
When I hear Vaughn, I think of Vaughn Helton.
It's about perspective. Remember I told you about the cigarettes? Like, it's about perspective and how you see things. You want to tell it?
No,
go
you
ahead.
tell it was
no,
fun. It
you
made
go
me
ahead
laugh.
and tell it. You go ahead and tell it. What I
No.
said.
Oh, she was just saying, like, people giving them cigarette money, you know, you think they're supporting him, but cigarettes will kill you. So maybe it's like a long con game of, like, not helping them.
Yeah.
It was just a funny, it didn't.
It's
you know,
all
it's
about
silly,
putting
but
things in
funny.
perspective, you know, and this is the internet. You know, there's all kinds of cons, and it takes all kinds of cons for the world to go round. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think it takes a lot of, you know, I've said this.
The very first explanation when she thought she was going to get away from Rev and go with G-Man while Rev was in jail, Shanny said Rev kicked the head. Huh.
To Wookiee as well. It takes
I don't know.
A lot
Either
of guts
way,
to, like,
shouldn't be hitting
wanna
ribs
speak
and
about it,
heads.
not want to disappear, and
Shouldn't be kicking.
I have mad respect for you just for coming up and talking about it. Like, I know you've told me that you have regret about doing it, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, I've gotten called every name in the book in different channels by people I don't even know. And,
Right.
and I'm just like, you don't know me, you don't know my
that's
life
my
story.
thing. I'm like, Vaughn, how are these people making these, like, whole conclusions about a person's entire character behind one thing they've done or one thing, you know? I just don't understand that perspective, but, you know, people are gonna people.
Sure.
There's very
Blaze,
reactive
I
people on social media.
invited Blaze, I invited up a couple people. Y'all are welcome to ask some questions, or, you know, I just wanted to open up to more of the community that may have some other perspective or blind spots to the questions that I ask and stuff like that. So welcome up.
Oh,
Welcome.
thanks.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah.
Hey.
Hey,
Hi,
Blake.
Deanne. Hi, Stevie.
Hey.
Hey,
So you want to work through some more of those questions, Deian, and see?
Okay,
like,
yeah, I'm going to take them in order. They were on your page. So, someone asked me if I had ever seen them doing any hard drugs or any drugs. The only drugs I ever knew of that they did, if you want to call them drugs, are the Delta 8 and the marijuana.
And Delta 8 is basically marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I ever knew about. I never knew about anything else. I know,
Which
I've heard, you know, different things, but personally, I've never known about anything else.
Right. I think that there's, you know, would very much be like opportunistic. Whatever drug they could get their hands on, I'm sure that they would try.
I don't know.
So
I don't know if that's the case.
You know, I think Delta was probably the easiest for them to get. You know, being that they could just go down to the gas station and pick it up. But I have no doubt that they've tried meth or.
I don't know if they've tried meth.
Whatever.
I don't know.
And then part of that question too was asking me if they had ever shown any interest in me or my life and things that were going on. And the answer is no, they didn't. They were just too consumed with themselves and what they were going through. They didn't really care about me, especially when I had to move and all that stuff happened. And they didn't even ask me, "Are you okay? Is there anything we can do?" I was just like kind of taken aback, like,
Rev's out cheating.
What, you know? And now you're gonna get on there and dog me after I'm going through a real life problem, you know? Like that just blew my mind. It just really did.
Right.
And you know.
You got anything? Sorry, Blaze. Never mind.
I think what really has people really bothered is that they don't understand supporting someone that would hurt a child, which I can understand and respect. You know, what's your thoughts on that?
You know, I'm gonna say that I blame more of her than I do him. What he did isn't right. I don't condone child abuse. I do have a daughter. I do have grandchildren. I think that she got him to the point where he was so angry that he just lashed out. And unfortunately, it was Zach that got lashed out against. You know, and I'm sure they've lashed out against each other. You know, I believe what he did was wrong. He should have been put in jail and kept in jail. She should have pressed charges. He should have done some time for what he did. I don't, agree with anything that he did.
Yeah.
I mean, the first year that I knew them, I didn't know anything about that. And then when I started really realizing, I don't condone what he did. I don't support child abusers.
Why is
I wasn't
Cobra
trying to support
on
them
now?
financially. I was trying to get them to the point where they could maybe be self-sufficient and live like normal people, maybe have visitation, supervise with their sons, be part of their lives.
Now
and,
they're showing
stuff
HBO?
like that. That's what I was looking to do. And, that's all.
It's playing an episode of Mr. Show now. What is this?
Did she ever talk about like trying to like get her kids back, or at least get to where she could see them?
What is this? This is so weird.
Never conversation that y'all had?
No, nope. Because if she did that, she'd have to go against Rev, and then she wouldn't have a place to stay. So that's pretty much where that's at. I mean, we all know that.
It's funny to me, the people that are saying that I'm clueless and stuff in the chat. I just don't watch this every day, all day.
Yeah, it
she
doesn't
doesn't mean
keep
that
up
I'm
with
not
it for
aware
sure.
of like what's going on. But all the details and the years and years of, no, I'm not. That's not me.
she didn't
We
care that
invited her on here not to attack her
Just
or
to
make her
get
feel
some-
like less of a human being. We invited her on here to tell her story. And if that's not what you want to hear, then you're welcome to leave the chat. Like we don't do this for
There's
you.
always gonna
We
be
both have
complainers.
very great jobs. We're both doing great. This is for fun for my husband. And listen, if you can't take it, if you want us to attack everybody and be shady and miserable beings, then you're in the wrong chat. Go somewhere else. And that's all I have to say about it.
Yeah.
Carry
This is
on.
I'm glad you're here. To me, I just
Hey,
kinda figured
Carrie.
stuff out.
Hey, Carrie, what's up?
Hey.
One thing another question was, did I realize that I was enabling them? Yeah, I guess in a way I was enabling them. That's probably true. I probably shouldn't have done what I did. In retrospect, I probably wouldn't have helped them at all if I would have known, the severity of the things that they had done. Or at the time, I believed a lot of the things they said. I was caught up in a lot of drama, caught up in a lot of YouTube nonsense, like everybody else was. But yeah, I did enable them, unfortunately. And no, I don't want them to come live with me. Somebody asked them if I'm going to house them. No, I'm not housing them.
Not a chance.
And I was not a buddy troll. I was not a buddy mod or a troll mod. I genuinely thought they needed help. I did everything I could do to help them, like many people have done. And when you talk to them in real life, they're not like they are like on their channels. They're like more normal human beings. Like there's no drama, yelling, screaming, and they're very believable. They're very believable. I'll put it that way,
I could understand that, but so whenever they talk to you, like on Instagram, like you said, was it like voice notes? Because I've had some dealings with them myself, and it was primarily
It was both. Yeah, we would type and then
both.
we would leave conversation. It was a little bit of both actually. Yeah. We talked on there a lot, and then we, would just chat a lot, typing back and forth and stuff.
Let me see if there's questions I missed. I'm a little bit disorganized tonight, so please forgive me.
I think that's about the base. All the questions I think people had.
Well, there was a
Had
couple in
button.
chat that I wrote down
Go
Okay.
for it.
in case they got missed because they were earlier. So it was like Elaine Boney said, was Hannah a big player?
Wait, say that again?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question.
I don't understand it either. She just said, was Deian a big player?
A big player?
I don't know what that
What
means.
kind of player are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm not understanding.
I don't
Maybe she
know.
can
I
rephrase
didn't
it.
ask the question. I just wrote it down trying to be nice
A player,
and, Elaine, can you clarify, please? Um,
Hey, if y'all
Then
have
there
questions
was-
in the chat, let's
there
don't
was-
like go at other people. Just
Yeah, I mean, they can
Just
ask
let's
their
focus on the
questions. That's
questions.
okay, but
thank you.
we just don't want to. I just.
Oh,
don't feel
somebody
great
asked me
about
if
attacking people.
Somebody asked me if I ever heard anything about Shanny and Will doing anything inappropriate. I never heard anything about that. I don't know what that's all about. I know
Yeah,
Rev
well,
said
that was
he
a new one
saw
to me
Will.
too.
Yeah, that was a new one, but I've never heard anything about that, so I don't know what that's about.
Interesting. Do you have any other ones, Blaze?
uh,
Anybody in the chat? Fire them
well,
away.
you know
I'm looking.
that you gave the money. No. No. Oh, one person. Did you think you could wait? No. I get. You know what? I'm not going to ask that. Don't. It's. How did you think you could change someone or help someone after they assaulted a child with autism? And then how could you have changed someone who let their cat live in a filthy litter box? But it's kind
Okay,
of,
and
these
again,
questions are
I'm gonna keep saying the same thing again and again, that people I don't think realize the depth of the mental illness of what we're dealing with. I mean, these people are not mentally well. They should both honestly be somewhere where they're getting psychiatric help, maybe 6 months a year, maybe 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
before they should even be out in society again. And I mean, people
I
do
totally agree with
stupid,
that.
people do ridiculous things when they're not well. I mean, they attack other people, they attack children, they kill people, they stab people. I mean, I'm not condoning what he
Animals,
did
yeah,
again,
they shouldn't have
and I never
animals.
will. But these people are not, they're not mentally well people. They're not, and I don't think
True, they're
anybody
not.
realizes
We
the depth
do
of.
give a lot of grace
Oh,
to
God,
people
this
who
video.
are physically disabled, but we still, there's a lot of stigma behind mental illness, and we don't give a lot of grace to
I
people.
don't give them any grace,
Yeah.
regardless on this. Like,
Yeah.
I think that they very much hide behind mental illness as a shield.
They do.
And
I agree.
that being said, Rev should be medicated. Shanny should probably, I don't know what the
They
answer is, but
do-
they are
They do hide behind that
through
shield,
and
but
through
they are
pieces of
ill
shit
people.
above any kind
Yeah.
of like mental illness.
Well, I think that
to
that's.
me,
I think it's healthy to have different perspectives. People that
sure.
are really, really in this world and know a whole lot about it, and then those that are just kind of on the outside, But
I got a question. Do you know
There's no
anything about
excuse to hurt a kid.
Did she ever talk to you about the cancer thing, like behind the scenes? Like she's got cancer. Did
No,
she ever
no.
say like, is there anything ever
No.
like that?
I think no, and I think I might have, after I knew him for like a year or so, then I started getting deeper into the videos that were out there, and I saw one where she had done the cancer thing. I saw most all the stuff they did, because I was just looking at them trying to figure out, how deep does this go? How many videos are there? There's like literally thousands of them, But yeah, I saw the video about the cancer thing. It was kind of ridiculous.
So
It's more than kind of ridiculous.
I don't know. Would you have just avoided them completely at this point, or is there like a chance that you could actually fall into this same kind of situation? with
No,
somebody
if
else
I
in
had
the
known
future,
all
you
the
think?
stuff, no, if I'd have known all the stuff about them before I actually started being friends with them and stuff and mining from, no, I would have never. I'd have run the other way probably and tried not to have nothing to do with them. I was probably in a little too deep in the friendship and caught up with, you know, the YouTube stuff. It was about a year before I realized, like I said, all the stuff that had happened. And the last year that I was really friends with them and it wasn't as close, I kind of was backing off a little bit. It was at the point before all this really happened that I was probably going to leave anyway, just because of everything that had happened, you know. But
yeah, people like that will suck the light. They're vampires, you know. They'll just take, and give chaos.
And you know, it's just like I've never seen anything like this in my life, and I probably won't again. And it's just sad that people are like this, and you know, the cat thing too. But again, people are watching these videos nonstop. There's thousands of people watching them. You see the shape the cats are in. Call, make some phone calls, get some people to go over there and check them out. I mean, you know, like call Adult Protective Services, call the police, call people and try to get them involved. You know, the cats I knew were being fed. I didn't know they were sick or anything like that. You know, I assumed they didn't take very good care of them.
Whoa. Drunken Peasants!
Shanny is not mentally ill. She's just lazy and narcissistic. She understands what she does. Shanny is just a shit person and objectively evil. If she wasn't lazy, she'd be a deranged and more abusive person.
Yeah, the laziness is a good regulator, apparently.
That's, you know, that would be an assumption because they didn't take care of themselves, so they're not going to take care of their animals.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, they
They're in a
shouldn't.
better place
They
as far as
shouldn't
I'm
have any
concerned.
pet. They shouldn't have any living things under their care. Probably not even plants.
They're getting healthier.
I think so. Even in the shelter right now, I think they're in a good place. Compared to where they were, you know. So why do you think that you held on to hope for so long that they were going to do something different?
I just thought, well, they're getting this help, you know. Their channel was doing good for a while. They were getting along for a while. He was getting paid to take care of her. They were still getting donations. They were in a pretty good place where if they were ever going to change, I think that's when it would have been. You know, and I don't know what happened with the Will thing happened, and then things started going downhill. She lost her channel, I believe, because she was banned from YouTube, that it was in someone else's name, and that person, you know, did whatever they were going to do, so she had to close it down, and all that stuff started happening at the same time. Then he lost his job, and it was just like a downward spiral. I mean, they were at that point
for a fact that it was somebody else's name that she had. I don't know how that works. Like once you get banned from YouTube, you have to open it in somebody else's name. I'm not sure, but did she ever talk about that?
I believe so. I don't even know.
Okay.
I wasn't told that. I assumed that just from the way they were talking and things that were happening. And she had close to 5,000 subs, and she was getting 10,000 views on stream. So there's no way, you know, she would have lost all that money if she didn't have to. So I don't know the whole story behind that.
And logistically, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh no, you're fine. I was done talking.
Logistically, you think like change takes time, right? It takes time with everybody. So I could understand that way of thinking, you know.
But again, you know, like I said, I have a 2- and 4-year-old grandsons, and you tell them something, you know, oh, that's wrong, don't do it again. They don't do it again. You know, you don't make the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over. And where's your rock bottom? You know, you're in a shelter. You have no money. You have no family. You have no jobs, no car, no nothing. Where's your rock bottom? When are you going to change? If you can't change now, you're never going to change. It's going to be the rest of your life, from shelter to shelter. And it's just sad. It's very sad.
Do you think there's anywhere up for him from here?
I mean, the only way I could see them ever getting better mentally would be a big thing. Get on the right medication, get counseling. And it would be, like I said, maybe a year or two. It would have to be that long to get them in the right state of mind to be able to work. And I mean, you can't go out and work a job if you're not mentally well. You're going to get in fights with people. Things are going to happen. You're going to act up. I mean, we've all been there where we've worked with people that are not right and they get fired. You know, they have to be mentally well before they can do anything. And what's going to make them do that, I have no idea. You know, if they might end up the rest of their lives just being like they are now, going from shelter to shelter and not having any friends or family or anybody. And it's just, I know Carrie's tried to help them. I know other people that have tried to help them online, and they just don't want the help. They don't think they need it. I don't think they're like living in reality like most people do.
They are definitely not living in reality.
This isn't their rock bottom.
We've heard the crazy shit they say.
Did you ever, so Loudmouth Hussy asked, did you ever help with Zach?
With getting a mental help, you mean?
It doesn't say, it just says, did you ever help with Zach?
Ever help with Zach?
With Zach or with that?
I guess maybe in all aspects, like maybe call in about the abuse or
I called Adult Protective Services and I reported it. I said, you have two very mentally ill people living in this house. There's no food. He's emaciated. He's basically starving to death.
That's Rev.
There's some cats in the house. I said, she's large at the time. She can't even walk. She's not being taken care of. I'm sure she's not bathing. You know, they're not, I don't think, on medication. And they really need to, you know, the state really needs to look into this and figure out what they need to do to get them some assistance and maybe put them somewhere, whatever. That was, I mean, it was quite a report that I did, but I've had 35 years of experience too. So, I mean, I knew what I was saying. And they did go the next day. And that's whenever I said everything started with the getting her a wheelchair, getting her a walker, and getting her
but
to file for
nothing with
disability.
Zach, right? Or that was your indirect way of like helping Zach?
Well, he's saying, did I help with Zach? Is that what he said?
Yes.
No, I wasn't involved with any of that. That all happened before. All that happened with the kids before I even knew them. So no, I wasn't involved in anything that had to do with the children.
Okay. Someone else had a good question. I'm trying to keep up. Let's see.
Hey, Bucky, I don't know why you're hiding Robert. That's like my friend, man. That's my buddy. What?
Yeah, let everybody ask questions unless they're attacking somebody's
meant for everybody. I don't care
like,
who it is. If somebody's being hidden just because y'all don't like them, that's not what I want in the chat.
Yeah. It's okay not to like somebody, but we're gonna respect.
Okay, one other thing I want to say is, you guys like that stream, sub to this channel, get some memberships going. It's all going to go for his mother who's fighting
Allegedly. All right, update for everyone who wasn't here earlier. So Shanny did a stream, you know, like I don't know, 45 minutes ago, and she said that Rev is in a mental institution and coming back on Thursday. So it just seems like this is how it's going to be from now on, that Rev's going to freak out and get to stay in a hospital for a week or so. And then he'll get out, and then they're back in the tent. I guess Shanny has allegedly been living in the tent the whole time.
Support them.
I mean, that's nice of y'all. Yeah, I just figured, you know.
Man, I lost that question. Dang it.
This is the real Tento saga.
Is there anything else that you can think of that you saw behind the scenes that maybe people wouldn't know that it happened, that you were only privy to?
I mean, not really. You know, most of the stuff is pretty much out there that's happened. You know, everyone knows, you know, about the stuff, you know, with him losing his job and all the fight.
Baby. I believe that makes Keith the whiner.
It does. Well, the whiner? No, he was the whiner when Ohio State beat Michigan in football. But no, Keith is the winner. He is the winner of the DP NCAA bracket challenge. So, and we'll talk about that on the next stream tomorrow, and we'll see. I think he already has like a year-long subscription, so I'll have to figure out how he wants to use that.
You know, I mean,
the 3 months.
All that's pretty much out. No, there wasn't a lot. I mean, they were pretty guarded a lot of time in what they even said to me or other people. Like, they really didn't trust people a lot, you know. And to get him to even talk about anything was like pulling teeth sometimes. Like, you know, they just didn't want to engage a lot of times. And
by the way, trying to get to 70% tonight. If anyone wants to help out, link is pinned in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the question was, did you ever help Will and Zach? I'm so dyslexic. Sometimes I see words that aren't words.
No.
Sorry about that.
No, I haven't. I've never helped them. I saw them in the chat once in a while, like, you know, like especially last Easter. I don't know if everybody remembers when Will came in the chat to talk to her and Rev jumped down his throat and called him a bunch of names. And we were telling him, all the mods were telling him, get off, stop the stream, stop this is horrible. And I was very
Oh, they
angry.
won't stop the stream. Once the drama starts, that's when they keep the drama going.
About that for a long time. I don't know them. I've never helped them, though.
So I know you kind of answered this already, but Blue says, did you feel bad about giving the money or emotional support?
Yeah, after everything that I realized I did, I felt bad that I enabled them and was helping and going against other people. And I didn't know the depth of the things they had done. And by the time I realized it, it was too late.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not a YouTuber. I never was on YouTube. I wasn't in any channels. I don't have a channel myself. So it was all like new to me, all this YouTube stuff.
How did you first get into helping other people? Like, what can you like help me like understand that?
I had a job with the government at a government agency, and I'm not going to mention the name of it, but that's basically, I worked for an agency that pretty much, I was a public servant, and we help people on a daily basis, and that's pretty much been my whole life, And then I started outside of work too, I'd help people. I would like help, with homeless people and trying to get them into shelters and food banks and things like that, just trying to generally help everybody. That's what I did. And then a lot of people took the help and they turned their lives around. You'd be surprised.
Yes,
some people just
I've
need a
seen
hand
it,
up sometime. And that's what I thought these two would be all about. Like, give them a hand here, get them some assistance with the state, get them this, get them that, get them going in the right direction. And maybe that's all they need to pull themselves out of whatever spiral they're in, And obviously that didn't happen with them for whatever
I think they're
reason.
entirely too comfortable. It takes a lot of getting out of your comfort zone to change, and I don't think for sure Shanny's probably not gonna do that.
And I don't know a lot about mental illnesses, but I know when I look at somebody in a situation they're in and how they're living, it pretty much tells you everything you need to know, that they need some kind of help. Medication and counseling, and maybe put them in an inpatient facility for a few months and get them straightened out, and maybe let them out and they'll be okay, or go back to doing the same thing. I don't know,
Yeah. No, I mean, I've worked with a lot of addicts over the years, and they're some of the most resilient, intelligent.
At first, I thought she was talking about because it sounded like she said I worked with a lot of addicts over the years, like instead of addicts. So I thought she like worked in like insulation or something, like up in an attic. Yeah. Then she said the rest of what she was saying. I was like, oh.
People once they're shown a different way, and sometimes it takes a few times, but we don't know what other people's walk is like. And so I get it. I choose to show grace and kindness, and not everybody thinks that way. And some people, there's strong views about, I have strong views about child abuse. You know what I mean? Like, I have 3 girls, and I say this all the time, like, God help anybody. God would have to help them, because I would climb over the gates of hell to rescue my kids, but there's a lot of people that they don't have that core, they maybe shouldn't have been parents because they don't have that.
Shanny should not have been a
and
parent.
to be honest with you, I feel the same way, because my husband died when my daughter was 4 years old, and I raised her by myself. I dated quite a bit, and people would act weird toward her, and that would be it. Like, you're done, you know. So, and God help anybody who put their hand on my daughter. So I don't condone child abuse at all. I don't at all, and to be, called a simp and have people saying all these mean things, I've been threatened. It's just it's crazy to me that all this backlash was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is there any other of my friends that can think of any good questions? I'll send you the link in Discord if your friend's in there, just to ask a question. But I'm kind of out of things to ask you. I really am glad that you decided to give us some time tonight. And, anyway, since you started coming around, I always thought you were pretty cool. I know that a lot of people have just been out to get you and stuff like that, but I'm glad you're around. I'm glad that, you're able to.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out to some people that have been really nice to me. You guys have, and I got my buddy Bad Wolf. I know Carrie has been really
Bad
sweet
Wolf.
to me, and Hussy's been nice.
Yeah.
There's been a
Bad
few
Wolf is
creators,
dope.
some channels that have been super nice to me. And, Wodie's been cool to me too. There's been some people that have been really nice, and I appreciate everybody. I know there's so much hate on YouTube, and I look at some of these channels and some of the
There's
things
just
people
too
are saying, and it
much.
just blows my mind.
It's
Like,
just
you
too
don't even know
much.
these people in real life, and you're
No.
saying all this stuff about it. Why? What's all this hate about? Why hate somebody you don't even know that's sitting behind a
Right.
computer screen? Like, come on now, people. You don't know their lives, what they've been through, what they go through, and it's just the hate is just unbelievable.
I think this has really helped my husband. He lost his dad, and then his dad was in the fight for his life for a long time. And I don't understand it, but it's helped him. And so, and he wants me to come on here with him, and and now his mom is going through it. So yeah, we don't know what people are walking through. I don't know. That's just my heart. I want to be kind and show up, and but some people, this is how they take their frustrations out about what they're dealing with, And so I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, there's some times where I think about that I've taken this stuff a lot more seriously than I do right now. I had to kind of like pull back from like how invested I was in some of it, and to
Which was I was
suck you
telling you,
in.
that's what happened. It happened to me too. I got caught up in so much drama on that channel and everything, and the hate and going after people, and it was just so life consuming. And I just like, wait, I got to stop. I got to back off. I got to, this is not healthy to be this way anymore, and it's not healthy to be that way anymore.
I think what helps too is having real life people in your life that can help balance you out, because
I can see how people
I had
get sucked into
retired,
this.
from my job, so I was, looking for hobbies, and I got caught up with all that. But now I'm working again part time, and I'm also babysitting my grandsons 5 days a week. So I'm really busy all the time. So I've gotten away from it. I mean, once in a while I might come and chat and say, hey, what's up? But I'm not as consumed as I was, and I won't ever be again after this experience, because it was a horrible experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're
I have to
welcome
keep it
here.
casual myself at this point. I'll watch it. I don't get angry about stuff like
He
I used
to.
I used to,
And
for
he
sure.
would have to come sit with me and get some perspective.
Well, but it's really easy to get caught up and angry, and
I can understand.
And then you start
That
not
is
thinking
true. straight
and just be so consumed in everything that's going on, and that's a very unhealthy place to be. We've all been there. Just got to walk away, and it's like, hey, it's not real life.
I can say that I've noticed from people that have fired questions or stuff, that more than even like any kind of financial or emotional support, the fact that they were being hidden in chat seemed to be the most it seemed to make them angry more than anything. Like people would say like, you guys are child abusers in chat, and they would be hidden. And
To be honest with you, we were not allowed to hide anybody. Shanny did all the hiding of all the people. We were told to time people out, that's what we did. So she hid and hid. I mean, she was on it. When I tell you, she was right.
Bad Wolf banned me from their chat when I didn't do anything. Bad Wolf is a weird like buddy troll that plays both sides.
On it in the channel all the time.
And it was Shanny that actually revealed that Bad Wolf banned me for nothing.
And we were not allowed to hide people. It was a big no-no to hide somebody. We were told, time these people out, and that's it. And that's what we did.
And you know what? Like, I think anger is healthy. Anger was given to us for a purpose. It's healthy to be angry. It's what we do with it that matters. And we all want to be heard, especially on important issues. But it's just how you go about it, in my opinion. It's how it's presented and how it can affect. Because, negativity, negativity just breeds negativity, breeds negativity. It's just, and I hope that that's never going to be your channel.
No, I don't. I mean, I'll shut it down. If it
I have
turns into
literally witnessed these, since he's introduced me to this, these people that have these big channels that go at each other, and it's just like nonstop. They go at each other, and I could see how it would be consuming.
But it's a
for
widespread problem across all the drama communities on YouTube.
But there's so much else going on, y'all. Like, we're in a war right now. There are people that are
Yeah, I'd rather not focus on that right now because I have little control over that, and it's stressful. I'm just hoping when the votes need to be cast coming up here soon, the right thing happens. Because we've been letting some crazy shit happen lately.
Hurting that maybe all they know is anger and maybe they just want to be heard. You know, I don't know.
And it's vicious. It's so vicious, the things they even say about other people and accuse them of all kind of crazy stuff. It's just so demeaning. It just really bothers me. So I just stay away from it now.
For some people that this is their world, right? You could see how that would bring up maybe mental health issues for them.
Well, yeah, because after watching that kind of hate,
right.
A lot of people that end up in communities, not necessarily this one or any other ones, but they end up in these because maybe they don't have anything really going on as far as like a busy life. Maybe they're disabled, maybe they're older.
Maybe this is what they have.
It is easy to attach to these communities and to find meaning in it and find like belonging. And then also whenever something is going on to like rise up with that anger, like somebody's talking about their person. I get it. I've been there.
Then you're getting into like the mob mentality where you got a mob of people. And then you got these creators and other people that like them, and they're going after the other channels and their chatters that are in there, and it's just like a big war going on. It's like, what is going on? This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to each his own, but it really makes me feel bad whenever I start, I'm just not there anymore.
I don't know if anybody in here is familiar with Brene Brown.
Who's that?
So she's an amazing, like, sociologist, basically, is what I think of her as. But she talks about how true belonging, you don't have to change yourself for. You don't have to change who you are for. It's really good if you want to look it up. It's Brene Brown, and she talks about belonging, and she's spot on, I think.
You'll have to show me, man. Yeah, anyway, I'd invited Rabbit Old Bat up. She never did make it up. I don't know if she fell asleep, but, that's okay. I can't really think of any more questions.
Does anybody have anything else?
Yeah, one last call for questions, guys. I'm trying to think of anything that I've missed. Tell me about Bad Wolf. I'm pretty good friends with Bad Wolf. I talk to him a lot. He is also a person that has caught a lot of shit just for, to me, his deal is he likes to be where things are going on. And
Bad Wolf would come in here and other people and be in the chat, and other people will be like, oh, that's one of Shanny's mods, and he's here spying on you for Shanny to tell Shanny what you're doing. And then one day I was over there in Shanny's chat and I just randomly got banned for no reason. And then I found out that it was Bad Wolf that banned me, because people asked Shanny why I got banned, and Shanny was like, I didn't ban him. And they were like, oh, it's Bad Wolf. She looked it up. She was like, oh, it was Bad Wolf. And then later on, Bad Wolf was like, Shanny, I'll email you to tell Shanny shit about me to keep me banned from the chat for some reason. But they couldn't say it out loud, like in the chat. They had to like email it and be all like sneaky about it. I think that's just bitch made shit. And then like when Bad Wolf would come around and get called out, he'd run away and like run away and cry about it. He was like super sensitive. It's like, why are you even here getting involved in this shit if you're like insanely sensitive like that? I don't understand.
He caught a wrench from Shanny and Rev one day, and then that was it. It was just like target on him, which is easy to do.
No, he was doing two-faced bullshit.
Whenever they're a mod, they could be hiding people. Maybe he did. To me, it doesn't really matter, but I get people's anger on it.
Well, so, I said, I mean,
did y'all become good friends with him?
Yeah, from what I saw, and like I said, we were not allowed to hide anybody. It was Shanny doing all the hiding.
He did it.
We were timing people out and if we did hide somebody by accident or someone did it, they got bitched out. So
nope.
I don't remember ever seeing any of the mods really hiding people. They were timing people out like we were told to do if they said certain things, which most channels do that, but Bad Wolf and me, I know we just clicked. We got along good. We talked about different things, and he's a good guy. I talked to him. He's my buddy. And in real life as well. Now we're friends. So I mean, he's a good guy. And like me, he took that target and took a lot of crap for stuff that he had nothing to really do with. He's got a lot of hate out there too.
No, he had something to do with it. What do you mean he didn't have anything to do with it? He willingly inserted himself into it. He chose to have something to do with it. What are you talking about?
Heard creators talking about me and him and how we're lousy people, and it just blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, God,
I have strong feelings on it too. I try not to give my strong feelings too much because, who cares really? But it does hurt my feelings too for people who are just kind of, I've been a mod for Shanny and Rev 2 before, so like, you could also come for me. It's not like I was blocking people, but I was surely watching what was going on behind the scenes for a little while, and that was the appeal for me. So,
Brenda said, "Did Deian notice Rev's pervertedness?"
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's talk about that.
Sure.
All right, now again, you're looking at a man who never had a girlfriend, who never had a wife, who never had any children, who was a virgin when he met her. So that's where all that started from. And then he's never got to, and I don't know about other people. I mean, I wasn't a virgin when I got married. I'm sure a lot of people weren't. But when you're with one person year after year after year, and you're probably wondering what it's like to do different things with other people. And I mean, that part of the aspects he's doing it. But the thing about like with the drag thing, I couldn't watch that. It made me, I was repulsed by that. It made me physically sick to watch him do that. It made me sick. Yeah, I didn't care for that at all. And yeah, that's perverted. And yeah, I saw that.
But I don't know what it is yet.
It was pretty gross.
Chrissy's 8474. She's got a question.
Okay.
I think we've been missing her. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's hard for me to keep up the chat, guys, and pay attention. I'm not good at this. So,
you'll get better.
Yeah.
ADHD dyslexic here, so forgive me.
Right, me too.
Oh, is it on Discord, Chrissy? Oh,
Deian pulled away from.
So when Deian pulled away from Shanny and Rev, Shanny got obsessive with Deian.
I mean, she started making all these weird videos about crying and I miss her, I'm gonna miss her, and it all
That's
started
really
like that,
weird. I remember that. I remember that. And she's like, I don't have anyone else left in my life. And I'm like, Rev's still there, right? Oh, yeah, he doesn't count.
Angry at the time. Like I said, I was going through a lot in real life. I don't have time to worry about what somebody on YouTube saying or doing. I had gone to her ahead of time and explained everything to her, but I was going through a real life thing. I have to move. I have a lot going on. And when I can get back to you guys, I'll get back. I wasn't like in other people's channels chatting up other people and dogging them or doing anything like that. It was not on YouTube at all. Right. So, and then that's what happened. And for her to turn around and say I was a liar and I was doing this and doing that and all this other crazy stuff, and no, that's not what happened.
Were you hurt by that, or were you finally?
Oh yeah, I was hurt.
This
of course,
is an excuse to like.
No,
step
I was
away.
hurt. I was very hurt. I was very angry. And like I said, the way the channel was going and the way things were going with them and the more stuff I found out and how they wouldn't accept help, I was like leaning toward walking away anyway. This just kind of cemented it for me, It really did.
Did you ever see their OnlyFans video? So let me tell you.
Yeah, I watched it. Sure did. I sure did.
Juan was like, "Oh, they have OnlyFans." I said, "No."
I was like, "Yeah." And I'm like everybody else.
Watch it.
No, he was like, "Yeah, they have one." You didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
He was like, "Yeah, they have one," and I was like, "No way." And he was like, "I think you can pull it up on, was it X?"
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Whatever." And so when I saw it, I didn't talk to him for 2 weeks.
I know that's
so mad at him.
Me, boy. She was
so mad at him. It was so
I know that.
wild to have that out there and have
She said
kids.
to me she said, all you do is bring me down.
I said, all you do is bring me down. I try to lift you up and all you do is bring me down.
Oh my
So
God.
Stevie is scarred for life because of Yvonne. Good job there.
Yeah, I mean, I should have known better than to even, say, I should have said.
I had to go to a confession, literally, and I'm not even Catholic. I was so upset.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, if anybody else can think of anything, I'm sure I've forgotten something. So, you know, forgive me, chat. I'm not good at this, and if I missed your question, I do apologize. But Dan,
thanks for having me on, and letting me say my little piece, and subscribe to this channel, and let's support him going through this stuff with his mom.
I appreciate you, Dan.
All right. Is that okay? All right. All right. I am going to take a quick break. I will be right back and we'll watch some other stuff. See you guys in just a minute.
You don't know what hard times are, Daddy. Hard times is when you on a 6-year dry spell and you've been crafting wands all day and accepting PayPal donations. And you sit down to order yourself some DoorDash Kentucky Fried Chicken, only to realize they took away the Double Down. That's hard time. And that is exactly what is wrong with today's society. As soon as they come up with a menu item like the KFC Double Down or the Chicken Cheddar Chalupa from Taco Bell, they take it away. That's hard times. And KFC, you put hard times on the sexy goth bad boy, King Cobra. That's hard times. And our boy has had hard times being called a sicko, Daddy. You know he hates sickos more than he loves Ozzy Osbourne. And brother, it's hard finding a cisgendered, of age, alive, non-related, and human female. And he went 2 days without drinking. And this is how KFC repays him, by taking away the Double Down, Daddy.
Love Quest. All right, we're going to get on with our reaction to the Geno Samuel. By the way, the interview was good. Props to Von Beardo. Von Beardo, check that out. But yeah. Now we're going to watch part 3 of the Chris Chan documentary series by Geno Samuel. So yeah, please like the stream. Trying to get to 70%, but, you know, maybe we can do 65. We'll see. We're at 63 right now. Here we go. Get ready.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Oh, did I already do 3? Okay, I've got a bad memory. All right, part 4 then. Sometimes I'm drinking when I'm streaming, so I don't always remember.
With Sonichu Issue 5, the story strays further and further away from the Sonichu storyline and makes Christian the main character, with the plot of the comic closely mirroring his own life.
He made himself the main character of his Sonichu comic.
The comic begins with Sarah's wedding, with Chris attending in spirit, possibly alluding that he didn't attend her actual wedding. The episode also introduces 2 new characters, Megadula Skunk, based on a character created by Megan, and Sailor Mechtoon, indisputably symbolizing Megan herself. He briefly fights off Wes Isley, and at the end of the episode, Sarah thanks him for all the childhood years they spent together and wishes him good luck on his advances towards Megan. Sarah throws her bouquet at him, and he catches it, believing this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to depict his inner monologue and fantasies to the world. I love Megan, yet she's not ready to return or seek it.
Oh God.
I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but speech speaks louder than typed words. The artwork also changes to an unmistakably anime and manga style, perhaps in an effort to appeal to Megan even more. In the following episode, Christian has a lengthy discussion with Sonichu about his optimistic hope that he and Megan will get together, despite him admitting a few pages ago that she was not responsive to his advances. He acknowledges that he is so optimistic that he even stopped using his attraction sign. They're interrupted by the announcement that Mary Lee Walsh and the Jerkops are invading Quickville, so Chris teams up with Megan, Crystal, and the Chaotic Combo. During the climax, Crystal gets trapped in the dark mirror, and Christian comforts a tearful Megan who thought that she had lost Chris for good.
Oh my God.
His obsession with Megan is made crystal clear, and is further confirmed by the emails she sent to him. I know you know that I hate guys and I hate love, 'cause I told you a million times. So why do you keep getting too close and touching me? I really don't like it at all.
Oh my God.
I know you said 'cause you have feelings for me and it's hard for you, but, I'm sorry, this sounds mean. You really need to try and get over it. If you keep hanging on like that to someone who doesn't love you back, well, it'll only make you more miserable. You need to just accept the fact that I don't and will probably never love you. So you should just take a rejuvenating breath and move on. Advice to which Chris refused to listen, as is evident in an email written just a month later. I'm just a little mad that I have to keep telling you to please stop touching me.
Oh my God.
It's like you're not wanting to listen to me. I tell you, then you say okay, but eventually you're back to the same tricks, and this time I really mean it. Even my other friends don't like it and think it's weird. So once and for all, could you please stop? You know I don't like it, so why do you keep doing it? It's not like you're gonna try and soften me or something. So, I don't want to have to tell you again, or I might get really angry. 'Cause you know, unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly. Chris's not so subtle attempts at getting her attention did not go unnoticed. Sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you, like Sailor Moon for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. I don't like it much when people get into something right after they find out I liked it first. When you said we had a lot in common, like Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, well, who loved Sailor Moon first? Who collected My Little Pony first? Okay, I know I sound like a spoiled brat, but can you see what I'm trying to say? I don't like being too in common with others. I try to be as different from others as possible. On June 27th, 2006, Patty Chandler was put to sleep. A day later, at a special service, Christian read out the eulogy which he wrote himself. My family, furry friends, anyone else present, we are gathered here today to pay our last respects and wishes to our dearly beloved Beagle Spitz, Patty, who has departed from our world here on Earth to a doggy heaven where she will be happier because she will run free and play with all the other dogs who are already having fun up there. I will always remember Patty for all the lovely memories she had shared with me from when I picked her out of the litter at my Aunt Karina's house in Red Oak, Virginia, the time I watched my old best friend, Sarah Hammer, take Patty by her front paws and danced a bit, the times I've watched her stand on her hind legs and then rewarded her with a biscuit bone, the times I've just sat with her in the yard and petted her head. I've always given her a bally scratch, where I stroke her head with all 5 fingers, like as if I was gently squeezing a rubber ball. The many times I've fed her a can of food and a cup full of dry food, and refilled her bucket with fresh water so she can drink it and wash her face. When Patty was brought to the vet on that fateful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments, with a hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing that one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper, with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets: hug, hand-to-paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek-to-fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty. I love you." As I stood outside,
that is sad.
I heard Patty's last barks, saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you."
I don't know if that
But
happened.
we all must move on with our lives, with our beloved Lucky Mutt in our hearts and in our memories. So, Patty, may your old doghouse and surrounding flowers forever memorialize your blessed heart, your barks at the stars and strangers, and your loyal love that you have blessed upon me and my family and friends. Bark on and rest in peace, our beloved Lucky Patty.
What would you do for a PS3 and a chance to be on Robot Chicken?
In November, Adult Swim held another contest, this time encouraging viewers to submit a video wherein they would say what they would do for a PlayStation 3. Christian's video featured the appearance of his own makeshift PS3, which was in fact a PS2 encased in a mix of Lego and pixel block pieces.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Rocketsville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it, because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I've had. And, oh yeah, I would trade in my PS2 for another thing. Or, otherwise, I'd make one from wood if it was hard enough. But you know what I did? I did it. I made one from Legos and pixel blocks. And believe it or not, I actually play Guitar Hero on this thing. Thunder Horse!
In the beginning of 2007, Christian started working on a DVD called Yep, I'm on TV, which would become a collection of all his TV appearances and his homemade videos.
That's so
in
weird.
addition to a slideshow of his pictures up to 2007. He planned to make and release it to only a small selection of people, including Mrs. Sanford, with whom he got in touch via email. You may be able to help me in a portion of it now. There will be a slideshow projected from my PlayStation Portable, featuring not only pics of me growing up, but the friends, teachers, and relatives I've known and remembered, either from heart, like yourself, as well as yearbook signatures. As for what had happened during PBCC, in a nutshell, about midsummer 2003, I've realized upon revelation that I needed a girlfriend to make into a sweetheart from the ground up. So, with the sign, which I've later realized that it made me look slow-minded, the R word, I've started my enduring love quest. The Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, came out and tore my sign up right in front of me and said, "You're not gonna get a girlfriend this way or anyway." That b*** shattered my heart and my soul. And it wasn't just her. The policemen and posters in brown, white, and red, aka the jerk-cops, blue and black are the true police soldiers, also seriously indented the impression that Virginia is for virgins, not lovers. He talked about his high hopes for a future with Megan and ensured his former teacher that she would receive a copy of the DVD. 3 days before his birthday, he completed Sonichu issue 6. The first story, titled Episode 12.5, is strikingly distinct from all the episodes thus far, which stars his recently deceased dog, Patty. The story opens with a creative blend of photographic backgrounds and a hand-drawn Patty, who wishes she could speak so she could thank Christian for all he has done for her. The next morning, Christian walks outside to feed her, only to discover his dog has transformed into an anthropomorphic dog-like creature who can talk. They spend some leisurely time together, and she tells Chris that she wishes to roam free outside her pen. Chris leads her indoors and shows her his room, which Patty calls crowded, and suggests that if he got a girlfriend, she would help him tidy up. Using a Nintendo DS, Chris reveals a portal which opens up to Quickville and declares the town Patty's new roaming grounds, where she can finally explore with
Captain's
freedom.
log.
The
Stardate
final page.
040662026. Hello everyone, this is Jesus Christine Weston Chandler, the true and honest creator of Sonic. Here is some money to get you to Sitsy 4%, because I love the Nintendo Sitsy 4.
Sitsy 4%.
Of the story is a simple full-page tribute to Patty Chandler. The next episode resumes where the last comic left off. As Chris and the gang debate the best way to rescue Crystal, they come to the conclusion that they need to acquire the 7 Sonichu balls to save her. They discover an evil green Sonichu, who then envelops Chris in a dark dimension in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form of Natesurk, who then reveals his true form and declares that he is, in fact, Reldnak Natsu Natesurk. As the name implies, he is completely the opposite of Christian, with his semi-bare chest symbolizing his raging homosexuality, which horrifies and offends Chris. Meanwhile, Black Sonichu announces that he has turned his back on Natesurk, and now he is on friendly terms with Chris's friends, and has also all of a sudden developed a romantic interest in Bubbles. Chris and Natesurk transform into their Sonichu forms and battle, until Chris-chan somehow ends up back in Manchester High School. Just as Natesurk is about to deal the final blow, a phantom basketball knocks him unconscious. Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natesurk fell into a coma after hitting his head on the bleachers and is currently in the hospital. Bionic the Hedgehog reveals himself as the one who wielded the basketball at Natesurk's head. They reminisce about old times and how Chris hasn't drawn Bionic since 2004. Chris laments that he is 25 years old, having never even had a date. The dialogue suddenly becomes a promo for his up-and-coming Yup, I'm on TV DVD, which would not be available for purchase. The scene cuts to 10 weeks later, when Natesurk awakens from his coma with a fiery urge to murder Bionic the Hedgehog. On February 24th, 2007, Christian celebrated his very special 25th birthday. He held the joint birthday and DVD launch party at
Keith, we'll go through the tournament results when Shabisky is here so he can cry about losing to you by 10 points.
To mark this special occasion,
if he had gotten one more of the first round games correct, you and him would have been tied. and then we would have had to have went to like what you guys picked to be the scorer of the game.
And to instill his wisdom unto others, he recorded his important message video, in which he reflects on all he has learned over the course of his life. He wished for it to become an educational video shown in schools, but this goal has yet to be accomplished.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there. This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date, February 24th, 2007, my birthday, my 25th birthday. I am high-functioning autistic, and in my 25 years, I have seen and learned so much. And today, I intend to share some wise words that I hope each and every one of you will take to heart and allow for yourself and everyone else a better, brighter future.
He encourages his audience not to take up dirty habits like drinking or smoking.
You should avoid at all costs smoking, drinking alcohol, and intaking similar icky, dangerous stuff. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing other than killing you slowly. If I could, I would take every last ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon.
He encourages boys to buy a My Little Pony figure to get accustomed to the female form and pretend to treat it like the girl they like.
If you're a young
This is weird.
I
Sorry.
recommend buying yourself a My Little Pony figure of your favorite color or whatever. Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic, and also rubbing it against your cheek. That's nice. And also, you can pretend that the pony is that girl you want to take out sometime, and talk to the pony like you would talk to the girl.
And he recommends that girls get Transformers.
Now, for the ladies, I recommend a good old Autobot from Transformers, because you can get to learn how to examine the mechanics and variations of each and every, of the Autobot you have, like you would learn how a man works, and it'll allow you to feel more comfortable in approaching and talking to that boy you've been flirting from a distance, or just been flirting with from a distance, and hopefully all you have to do is just end up and say hello. It's not so hard. All you have to do is say hello to the man, ladies, that's all. And everything will just get rolling from there.
He encourages girls to be more open to having a relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance of staying with your first mate, neglecting that both of his parents were married before. He finally stresses the point that it is crucial that boys and girls stay straight.
Also keep in mind that while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. Girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey. And besides, if you stray away from the straight path, it can really jeopardize the entire future of the world and the human race.
This video would become the final addition to his DVD.
I am Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Live long and shine on in your very own unique way. War is never the answer. Peace is. Never fight. Compliments will get you fuzzy wuzzies. War gets you prickly wicklies, as well as punches that get you those too. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
In March, Chris reignited communications via email with his half-brother, Cole Smithy, who had made a career for himself as a film critic.
Yeah, I've seen Cole Smithy's channel on YouTube. It's like a film review channel.
This renewed
which is so
interest
interesting.
Was most likely in order to acquire his address so he could send his DVD to his brother. I've talked to Mom, and I quote her when she said, "I do not regret giving life to Cole. We've had a bunch of good years up till the madness, and all things considered, I still love Cole very much like any other mother would for her son. She really does." Cole's response was brutally cold and honest. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather, Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gambit, from bare-assed beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios, acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew that they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember.
Wow,
He continued to
that's
elaborate
dark.
on his feelings towards Bob. The crux of my problem with Barbara comes from two sources. The first is Bob's bitter influence on her, which worked to separate our relationship just as Bob did with his own children, with whom he has no association. In nearly 44 years of life, I've never met a meaner or more reprehensible Republican cur than Bob Chandler.
Whoa!
I hope that you will email me when he dies so that I can celebrate. Our mutual hatred has never been a secret, and it points out Barbara's proclivity to isolate herself via scurrilous mates. The second and more compelling issue that permanently ruined my relationship with Barbara is the litany of lies she tells anyone who will listen about the identity of my biological father and about her marriage history. He revealed that he employed a private investigator to track down his biological father, who was most likely a man named Rand Coleman Yates, to whom Barbara was married. Go ahead and send your DVD to my address listed below. You and I may be related, but our mother only loves you.
Wow, that's so crazy.
As the months progressed, Chris and Megan's strained relationship carried on. She told him that she did not appreciate him depicting her original female characters with breasts, and once more ordered Christian to stop touching her. In May, Chris created a YouTube account called Sonichu and uploaded his first video, a fight on the game Soul Calibur of Chris versus Mary Lee Walsh.
Sage wins. See that?
In June, Megan left for Kentucky, with Chris emailing her frequently, updating her with his activities at the game place and saying how much he missed her. He also mentioned attending an upcoming rummage sale in town, which ended up being reported on in the Daily Progress, with Barbara and Christian receiving an honorary mention. Right behind Ross, Christian and Barbara Chandler were waiting to shop. Christian wanted toys and video games, while his mother wanted to look for fabric. In the meantime, Sony held the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown contest to promote the Parappa the Rapper video game, which required contestants to submit a video of themselves performing a song from the game. However, they were limited to only using their own voices, with the use of backing tracks resulting in an immediate disqualification. The winner would get 2 PSPs and an all-expense trip to Seattle's Penny Arcade Expo. Chris was convinced that if he were to win the competition,
now they just call it PAX,
could give one of the PSPs to Megan and then invite her along to Seattle so she could fall in love with him and finally take his virginity.
Wow, that's what he wanted.
AP station. My name is Christian Chandler.
So he wanted to win this contest and take Megan Schroeder with him so she would fall in love with him and take his
I live in
virginity.
Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like the rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion, which I got from a demo I bought from my friend Megan.
Chris's video was far from polished, with rehearsal probably kept at a minimum.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya. Over the rest of that to listen.
He inserts
He doesn't even know the
seemingly
song.
random video effects, which were at his disposal via the camera he used to film the video, the PlayStation Eye.
Duck and turn, duck and turn. We're gonna jump and pose, jump pose. Come on now, why don't you follow my word? Cause it's almost done, it'll make things worse. Do rock on, yo. Na 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 na. Rap, rap, rap. That's a rap.
The following month, Christian found out that his entry made it into the top 10 and was now eligible to the public vote, ultimately due to the low number of
That is crazy that he made it to the top 10
total entries. He announced his elation online and urged everyone to vote for him on all his websites and social media. He also emailed several people asking for their vote. This included some unlikely candidates, such as his former guidance counselor from PVCC, Susan Hannafin, and his brother. After some deliberation, Cole agreed to vote for Chris, only after Chris asked their mother about who Cole's real father was.
Wow.
Chris promptly replied that he asked her and claimed that his father was Jack Dale Smithy, which Cole knew to be untrue. Understandably unsatisfied and upset, he continued to email Chris about how Barbara enveloped his life in lies, closing with an earnest wish to be informed of Bob's eventual passing.
Wow.
Chris intensified his campaign by handing out flyers at the game place, urging fellow visitors to vote. He even resorted to voting for his own video by making fake accounts, and gave himself a glowing review. From Quick Sonichu, Video Lucky 7. Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotions to his performance. The visually appealing effects added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background of his assumed to be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3 was truly a wise and great addition. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As this brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap. Truly the cherry on the top of the sundae. A perfect score of 5 out of 5 stars for his marvelous effort, and smiling at knowing he looked a bit stupid. Voting was closed at the end of July. The polls are closed, and I am anxious to find out if I am number 1 of the Rappas or not. I really want that trip to Seattle so I can be with my sweet Megan longer than usual and have fun together. I love her so much. On August 3rd, it was announced that the winner of the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown was Adam Stackhouse.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Chris immediately wrote a strongly capitalized email.
Oh, he
to
was
Sony
mad that he didn't
demanding to
win.
Reconsider. I really wanted that trip so I could have a chance to impress my sweetest Megan and possibly fulfill my dream of getting married and soon have a daughter named Crystal. Yet
Wow. Making lots of plans.
now I, a frustrated high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin, have been balls broken like I have through a big chunk of my life in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic. Sigh. I had my fantasies of having fun with Megan, taking her to a really extravagant destination. I am not rich. Taking a long-wanted tour of the Nintendo of America Company Tour with her. Playing Guitar Hero against the guy in the Parappa costume. Jamming with Megan in the hotel room. And possibly our first time in bed. Sigh. Life can be so unfair and f***ing corrupt, but I digress. Take the a cappella rule to the max on those 3 out of 10 videos. Take care, Christian Weston Chandler. He argued that the winning entry used a backing track and had to be disqualified. However, since the backing music was actually sung in a cappella, the entry was deemed suitable. Chris seemingly ignored the rule that contestants could not rewrite the lyrics, which Chris obviously did, thusly disqualifying himself. He directed his anger towards Stackhouse in his blog post on the PlayStation Network's website. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. This jerk's video was against the no music rule. His, Surya Butchwald, and Aperluski's video all should have been disqualified because they all had music. He also let Megan know about his sorrow. I am angry, depressed, and lonesome, all simultaneously. I worked so damn hard. I sent like over 500 messages between MySpace, PlayStation Network, and AOL, and I even made up over 120 dummy email accounts to match with their dummy PlayStation accounts so I could stuff the f***ing ballot.
Oh my god!
I failed. So much effort, rapping and dancing with goofy effects to be even considered, spreading the word as far and wide as possible, wasted. And I did it all for you, Megan. I had you in my heart as I chopped the onion a la mode dance.
Wow.
Megan finally let him have a piece of her mind. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me.
Right.
I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be. When I say don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. To release his rage, Christian filmed a video of himself shooting a dart-firing Megatron pistol at a dartboard with a photo of Adam Stackhouse's face on it.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Apperluski, Rudell, and Surya Butchwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
As time went on, his attitude towards Megan changed little.
Megan looks
announcing
grossed
his
out.
displeasure at her fraternizing with her friend Christopher. The hugging was one thing, but when I heard the smack of your kiss on his cheek, it started a chain reaction in my head, from OMG to simultaneous infuriation and jealousy. I assure you that I would not do anything extreme to Christopher. Originally, I was not fond of him, because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. I tell you what,
wow.
If I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well get a gender change operation.
Whoa, okay.
In late October,
early sign.
Daniel Mims, who frequented the game place, covertly snapped a couple of photos of Chris in mid-battle, and his buddy Lucas uploaded them onto the anonymous image board, 4chan. A user on the comedy website, Something Awful, who had seen Christian on the UVA campus, created a thread focused on Christian and his comics, unleashing the Christian myth onto the world. Members debated over the veracity of his supposed actions, and those who have witnessed him in person shared their stories. The fascination around Chris quickly spread to other websites. The outlandishness of his situation motivated people to draw inappropriate fan art featuring Chris and his Sonichu characters. On November 3rd, in a thread on 4chan, a user named Evan Christopher George was encouraged to send Chris an email showcasing a small selection of fan art. This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it. The included images were Chris hosting girlfriend auditions with no darkies written on his desk.
Oh my
a short
God!
comic about Chris losing his virginity by having sex with Sonichu, a graphic depiction of Sonichu masturbating while yelling out, "No darkies, jerk-op," and Chris and Sonic Thorndike, a character conceived by one boy Sonic, having a stare down. Chris's reply was rather unexpected. Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me and a girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I'm feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu and have him f her, and draw Rosechu masturbating and squirtin'. I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. We're keeping track. Evan immediately posted Chris's response on 4chan, and in order to archive all future interactions, Jason Kendrick Howell created a page on the satirical Wikipedia-style website, Encyclopedia Dramatica, solely devoted to Christian. Under the assumption that these people on the internet provoking and making fun of him, or trolls, or genuine fans of his, he shared the news with Megan. The good news though is that I've had more fans for Sonichu than I thought. Now the worst to bad. I got this email earlier that had a set of 4 fan art of Sonichu and me. While I enjoyed more the spoof of me sitting by a box on a sidewalk, girlfriend auditions, and the one with me glaring in the eyes of a blue hedgehog in armor. The other 2, in that set of 4, freaked, creeped, and scared the crap out of my head. A lot worse than my freakout over you on Christopher's lap last night. Please keep that in private. In other words, get a room. I sent him a reply with respective criticism. I was infuriated. He also found out about an artist on the website DeviantArt who had made Sonichu-related fan art but did not credit Chris in it, and also discovered the Encyclopedia Dramatica page.
Oh God.
In the meantime, Evan continued to send Chris more fan art. I'm very sorry I disappointed you, Chris Chan. I drew what you wished. He sent a drawing of a naked Rosechu having sex with Sonichu and finally masturbating and squirting out of her gigantic penis. Oh, and here's more art from more of my friends. I didn't draw any of this stuff though, so if you don't like it, I have no guilt. This email included more graphic content, including Mary Lee Walsh and a transgender Rosechu. Alright, I have one last batch of fan art. I'm sorry to send so many to you, but my friends are really eager to share it all. I hope you enjoy. He attached more fan art, a few more tasteful than the rest. Chris replied, disclosing a link to the ED page about him. Evan coyly denied accountability. What? What a horrible page. I'm sorry. I must wonder how they got pictures of our emails. I hope no one's hacking my email account. Ignoring security concerns, Christian sent another angry email. Do me a favor, draw a vagina on my Roastu. Roastu is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle. If I see one more frickin' pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow. Evan replied with a simple uh-oh and a picture of Roastu holding a pickle saying, I wish pickles could masturbate and squirt. And Evan saying, fudge, you're going to beat me up in SC3 now, aren't you? I shouldn't have let our souls get fiercely entangled. On November 4th, someone who called herself Vivian G sent an email claiming that she independently created a similar character called Sonichu and wanted Chris to acknowledge that it wasn't stealing. Evidently, he stated that it was fan art and that she shouldn't keep doing it because his characters mean too much to him. Vivian then sent a caps-locked email trying to convince him to improve himself. Jesus, are you so high on your horse that you think it's fan art? Jesus Christ, man, you are irritating me. You are putting me under more damn stress than you'll ever have. I want to express my goddamn self to the internet, and I find that some prick who thinks he's so great can call homosexuals wrong, and I have 2 lesbian friends who would be offended as f*** by your ignorance, and thinks that going around stalking girls will get you a girlfriend. Newsflash, bitch, you mean nothing to this world, and you will never get f***ing laid unless you improve yourself. Your troubles with jerk cops isn't because of them, it's because of you. Fuck off and die. This entire debacle with trolls encouraged Joshua Martinez to toy with Chris, who first met him at James Madison University, where they both received speech therapy and remained as acquaintances. He managed to convince Chris that he regularly schmoozed with movie stars, thanks to his connections to the movie business. He contacted Chris and claimed that he found a girl who would like to meet him, when in fact, he was only trolling him. He even pretended to be this Lori and had a conversation with Chris through instant messaging. Christian reported on his elation in an email to Anna. Her name is Lori Lopez. I chatted with her through AOL Instant Message last night. She was really sweet, and not only did I have a great time getting to know her, but, blush, I got turned on. I know that she works at a car lot, I think. She is 23, brunette, brown eyes, and she is a mix of American and Spanish. If you've watched the movie Into the Blue, the starring woman, Jessica Alba, is an American-Spanish mix as well. He also mentioned her to Megan.
Yeah, I bet she looks like Jessica Alba.
On November 7th, Chris filmed a video pleading those involved with the ED page to be more respectful about him and take it down, and talked in length about his life and what caused him to be in his current situation.
It has come to my attention that I have a lot more fans of my electric hedgehog Pokemon Sonichu than I had originally thought. And I thank each and every one of you for your support. And I will draw more comics when I get some positive inspiration or when I feel like it. After all, everybody has a life, so do I. I have a life. I would like to humbly apologize for appearing to be some kind of sleaze, troll, badass, or whatever adjectives, good or explicit, you may feel about me. Please understand, I am a 25-year-old high-functioning autistic male with a simple, peaceful of becoming a father of a sweet little pretty girl who I will dub the name Crystal Weston Chandler.
Well, that's
Crystal,
not happening.
A name that sounds similar to mine, but it has a nice ring to it.
He claims that his family, on his mother's side, stems from British royalty.
Weston, my mother's maiden name, and a proper English name from royal descent. As a matter of fact, among my mother's side in the
your royalty
ancestral traits, we have been traced down to Daniel Weston, who was on the Mayflower voyage, and beyond him, Anne Boleyn, who was the one of King Henry VIII's wives, who gave birth to Queen Elizabeth I.
He talks about his upbringing, the struggles of the school system, and his achievements in high school. He defends his methods for finding a sweetheart.
All I did was sit around with a sign by my side that said I was looking for a boyfriend, free girl, 1825, yada yada yada, all that page. And I did all that because I have feared rejection and the infinitely high boyfriend factor, because you cannot tell which ladies are paired.
Part 4. I'll try to remember for next time that we're on part 5. You know what I'm saying, bro? All right. Oh, got a cough. I've been battling some kind of weird cough that I've had the last few days. I remember a couple years ago, Megan's Facebook was found and people saw. I don't know where it is now. I don't know where she is now, but yeah, I mean, she's still alive and kicking, you know. It's like if you were a pretty girl and you knew Chris around that time, then it was always weird he'd get attached. It's just how it went. Crazy shit. Okay. So, I'm about to wrap this up. I want to wake up. I want to wake up early tomorrow, and I'll do another noon or 1 p.m. stream my time. Well, I've been streaming for almost 2.5 hours, so you know, we're at 64%. That's not bad. I'm hoping tomorrow maybe we can kill the ghoul. If you want to help kill the ghoul, show up tomorrow during the streams I'm doing and help me kill the ghoul. 64%. Yeah, pretty good. Kill the ghoul. Kill the ghoul. Kill the ghoul. All right. I'm going to wrap this up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Just 15 minutes long.
Shit. Okay, I'll do it. You got me. You got me. 15 minutes longer, you say. Okay, I'll do 15 minutes. I guess if the donos keep coming in, I'll just keep going. But I need the donos to keep flying in. You know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, I'll do it. How about, all right. Hopefully we can get to 70% or even 75% would be cool. Then I'll watch the next part of the Chris Shann documentary. Cut it down. Get all that stuff off of there. Cut it down. Just checking something really quick here. All right. $41.89 for 70%. Yeah, if we get to 70%, I'll watch the next Chris Shann. Oh, and it's $61.89. Yeah, I'll watch the next Chris Shann. I'll watch the next Chris Shann for 70%. I'll watch the next 2 Chris Shanns for 75%. How about that? And that guarantees almost like an hour and a half of extra streaming. So, I mean, we can do it. I do want to step away and do like a quick bathroom break. Let's see. All right. I'll be back in just a moment here. Back. Dun, 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 dun. Did I get a dono? Oh, Bloody Bun sent a tip. I love this one. You're like a father to me.
Turn your fucking audio
So that
off.
came in. Turn it off. I love you, Brett. You're like a father to me.
Turn your
Turn it off. I love you, Brett. You're like a father. Just trying to get to 70% to watch the next part 5 of the Chris Chan series. I love you, Brett. It's a very in-depth series. I think there's like 85 episodes of it or something. It's a crazy amount. How many hours this guy put into it and how many years it took him to make them all. A couple breaks. He had to take some breaks here and there too because he was losing it. It's a catchy tune. I hear it in my sleep sometimes. Dun, 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 dun.
Cat piss, Jay, really? So I made a mistake. There was a live stream that Shannon did where she threw her bra on my head, okay? And I was wearing it like a bonnet. And I said it smelled like cat piss. No. I explained it in the video, but here, I wish you would take your comments off. I really do. But anyway, I sometimes have a problem with saying stuff before I think about it. If I thought about, I just said that Shannon smelled like cat piss because she put the bra on my head, I would have said to myself, wow, you're a real fucking moron. At the time, which I pretty much did. But because there are people who stalk her and upset her with comments on her page, I have to come here and make this clarification video. I said in the video, no, it's not cat piss that it smells like. Because cat piss smells like...
Whoa! Wow! Holy shit, the people want more. Wow, I had no idea. Thank you, Antifa Catboy. Thank you. Wow, we're so close now.
Being Shanny's ass wiper is not a job. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
God, you're so fucking...
God, you're so fucking ignorant. Big Shanny's ass wiper is a job.
Ammonia. That's what cat piss smells like. What I meant it smelled like was musky. It was a musky scent.
Cat piss, Jay, really?
So in other words, it was pheromones from her boobs that was in the bra, and I smelt them. I did. No.
Is that, hey, it's not fucking unpleasant, of it. My tits smell great.
Oh, it's a wonderful smell. Cat piss smells like fucking ammonia, which I do know that, but my mind just said, oh yeah, say cat piss because I'm an idiot. No, it's not cat piss. It smells...
Surprised he didn't blame like mental illness or something.
Attractive. You don't smell ammonia and go, ooh, you're horny. I smelt that and I got horny.
You don't go, ooh, you're horny.
All right? So yeah, I was a fucking idiot. There's my wife. I won't. She's got her privacy. I'm not revealing her to you.
Oh.
Say, Jason, you're an idiot.
No.
Yeah, do it because it's true. That was stupid.
It didn't take much convincing.
Me.
Jason, you're an idiot.
Thank you. I'm an idiot, folks. It was a musky scent, not cat piss.
All right. So we're so close. We're like 2% away. And then I'll start the Chris Chan thing. So what is it? We're at 613, 11. So that $16.89. Yeah. $16.89. $16.89. Every little bit helps. Nine $2 donos will get us there. Or one person could donate $2.89 and then 7 people can donate $2. See how that works?
You said it. Long live Ozzy Osbourne and fuck Cyrax. And fuck Jared Genesis, too, for that matter. It's like, hey, Jared Genesis, pedophiles will never be a part of LGBTQ+, you sick bastard.
You sick bastard.
Like, LGB needs any more negative publicity, and here you are, fucking, you need help, dude.
You need help, dude.
Fuck Jared Genesis, that fat piece of shit.
You got him. Fuck Jared Genesis. That fat piece of shit. All right. God, I'm just waiting for this last bit. I think we can do it. I just like... I gotta wait until we do it to make it happen, so... Who wants to be the hero? Who wants to be the hero? Oh, yeah, the $13 one is great. I'm the stupid one. We need a hero. Circle of protection.
I'm the stupid one.
There it is.
Pedogenesis.
We're not quite there, though.
I'm dumb pedogenesis. I'm the stupid one.
Okay.
I'm dumb pedogenesis. I'm the stupid one. 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 I'm dumb.
$3.89. $4. It's musky. It's not cat piss. Jay, really? It's cat pee. Cat piss. Cat piss. Jay, really?
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school, just like their neighbors, and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
I always remind Shabisky of that. I sent him this video to let him know that he's not alone.
So I'm pretty sure that
I'm going to play this until we get the last dono. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Fuck Jared Genesis, that fat piece of shit.
All right.
Fuck Jared Genesis, that.
All right. Okay. Here we go. And if we get to 75% by the time this video is over, by the time I'm done watching this video, if we get to 75%, I'll watch the next one too.
Less than a week after Christian's Encyclopedia Dramatica page was created, someone updated it
Christian
by
was
uploading an
obsessed
infamous
with getting this Encyclopedia Dramatica removed.
internet-based photograph called Goatsy, which graphically depicts a naked man stretching his anus with his fingers snugly within his rectum, dilating his orifice to an inhumane diameter. This upset Chris so gravely that he took it upon himself to edit the page to make himself appear more appealing. For example, a paragraph noting his racism was changed to, "Oh yeah, he's also old-fashioned. In his idea of a sweetheart, she is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood,
She
tears,
is not
and
black.
Seminole descent." Not only did he reword sentences and correct historical inaccuracies, but he also extensively added personal information, a tactic which he called information overload. While his intention was to evoke sympathy, it
You
only
want to
succeeded-
eat my ass, drunken peasants! Holy shit! More Christian.
More Christian.
We're getting there.
Fueling the fire for the trolls. In a way to reassert his heterosexuality, he uploaded several of his own sexually charged drawings, such as one of Sonichu and Rosechu having intercourse, a naked...
If I get a 102, I'll watch this one, part 6, and part 7 for a 102.
Merrily Walsh masturbating, Bubbles and Black Sonichu having sex, and an image called She Came for Quick, which depicted Chris satisfying an unidentified naked woman with his fingers. Those exposed to the picture felt that the woman bore a striking resemblance to his twin sister Crystal, and were convinced that it was an illustration of incest.
Oh my
The fact
God.
that he captioned the image with, "Your sister has come for me," didn't help. Outside of his illustrations,
Oh
he
my
reflected
God.
on his obsession with Megan, admitting that he no longer pined for her, and talked about pleasuring himself using his inflatable sex doll, Officer Nasty.
Officer
He restated
Nasty.
His purpose. "I will continue to shove the true facts from my heart and soul down your throats, only until you take this whole page down for good." Chris would go on creating new accounts and further altering the page for the next few years. As the year 2007 drew to a close, Christian bought an anime-styled sex doll named Kimmy and continued to email Megan, telling her that he would meet Lori soon. And on New Year's Eve, he sent an email to a friend of Megan's, which contained a new freestyle poem called "For My True Love, I Would."
God, this is so weird.
"For my true love, I treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers. I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her, with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I love you will be shared daily with a French side dish. I am her soldier, to do for her as she sees fit." In January 2008, Christian created a Facebook account,
Oh my
which
God.
he used much in the same manner as his other social media outlets, such as MySpace. He managed to befriend several women in his general vicinity and tried to engage in conversations with them. "Hi Christina, I have read your profile and I find you quite interesting. You're pretty, honest, and smart.
Why did he leak all of this shit?
If you'd like, I'd like to meet you for a soda or coffee and get to know you better over a pleasant conversation. I also hope you will accept my friend request I have submitted earlier. Please reply if it's all cool. Okay, well, I'm 17 and about to be 18 in a few months, but yeah, I love to party and all that good shit, so hit me up."
Wow, she actually responded to him?
Cool, Christina. While I don't know what it means to hit me up, I'll assume it means to talk to you more. I look forward to meeting you in person and learning more about you. And if you need a tutor for a school subject, I can probably help you. I've excelled in math and English subjects. Yo tom '2 años de español de nol en mi escuela secundaria. And I took 2 years of Spanish in my high school. Take care, Chris Chan. Okay, yeah, well, here's the thing. First of all, I'm 17 and you're too old. And second of all, you know you're too old for me. And third of all, I'm not into all that Christian shit, but I would still love to be friends with you. And I don't know very many Christians who like to party, cause I'm a hardcore party girl.
Is this someone trolling him, or is this really real Christina?
So, no, nothing like what you may be thinking. I just wanted to be friends with you. I'd wait until you were at least 18 before taking it further. Also, I can party. I just don't get invited much. There's nothing wrong with simply meeting for a pleasant conversation and soda pop. I promise I would not lay a finger on you. Okay, well, a little FYI, I'm on probation and house arrest, and I might get locked up tomorrow for breaking my probation, so let's just take it day by day. I mean, I don't know you at all, and people might talk about me hanging with some older dude who I don't know. But I do hang at DQ, Dairy Queen, every day after school, so drop by and see if you can find me. Holla boy. After Christian sent another message divulging more details about himself, communication with Christina ceased. He also engaged in a chat with Christy, who accepted his invitation for a chat over
Christina and Christy
over coffee or soda, but he ultimately declined her acceptance when she revealed that she was a single mother. He also messaged a Danielle, whose boyfriend in response threatened Chris. On January 20th, Christian pleaded on Facebook for people not to believe what has been written on Encyclopedia Dramatica. There are some cyberbullies who have taken my words and feelings out of context and twisted them into meaningless mockery. Please do not believe those terrible rumors. I am a good man who needs a female sweetheart to soothe my pains from loneliness, stress of social influences, and heartaches. Please help me, so I can help you one day. 4 days later, he described his near encounter with a lady at the Alderman Library. I was playing Sudoku on my PSP, and I was listening in on this conversation between a couple of cute ladies just to my right. I've enjoyed just listening to them talk about their things. I will not divulge any details, because I am the man who will keep a secret. Plus, I don't know all the details. Anyway, after one of the two left, the gal that stayed sitting next to me talked on her cell in what sounded like Dutch or German. It was the perfect opening for a conversation towards making a new gal pal. I had it in my head. Pardon me, I couldn't help but overhear you chat on your phone. But was that Dutch or German you were speaking? I had the nerve set up. I was raring to say it. But when I started to say it, the tension and my shyness and my autism choked me, literally. I could not even open my mouth to say anything. And she left.
That's probably for the best.
Now. Anyway, that is how shy I am. I'm so shy that I just freeze or choke upon starting to talk to a new girl I don't know yet. Through his Facebook updates, it was revealed that he regularly attended Grace Baptist Church in Charlottesville. Since Chris was told that Lori Lopez was going to go out with Joshua Martinez instead of Chris, he edited the ED page in order to convince the trolls to ruin Joshua's reputation instead. Look, pal, if you really want to take down someone who has a reputation, consider one Joshua Martinez. Ladies come a-running from at least as far as New York City to his house in Dyke, Virginia. Not just any ladies, but stars like Megan Fox, Jessica Alba, Jessica Biel, Jessica Simpson, and plenty other whores. He also has been piggybacking on the stardom of Vanessa Hudgens, singing with her in her Latino albums, and starring with her in various HBO movies, and even worse, Transformers 2. He has her and some other gal named Brittany for both of his simultaneous girlfriends. Dual marriage in the works here. He's a more lucky SOB than I can ever surmount to. Ruin his reputation. Joshua Martinez. P.S. You did not hear this whole thing from me. The editors of the page didn't bite. In March, becoming increasingly troubled at all the attention Chris has been receiving, Megan requested that he take down all references to her on the internet. However, it was too late. She discovered that she came for Quick Pick and recognized the woman in it to be herself and confronted Chris. I didn't realize how much of an a-hole I could have been. I was caught up in the rage from that weekend in November when I did that. I couldn't even see straight, but I have done what I should have done long ago. Inform AOL, as well as other places on the web who can take down offensive websites and pages. I've really shot myself in the foot, and I am sorry. Not only am I mad at myself for being such a complete enraged a-hole, but my rage against those jerks who put that page up in the first place arose with greater flame because my closest friend got hurt emotionally. That's you. I will see to that website's demise, or my name isn't Christian Weston Chandler.
It doesn't happen.
Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you. Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you. Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you. Megan.
So crazy.
Thinking that repeating that phrase was enough recompense for Megan, his next email focused on his investigation on who took the picture of him at the game place, launching this entire campaign of hate against him. In response, Megan wrote about her shock concerning her depiction. I'm very much scarred by that image, and it will never leave me, and I can't decide what's worse, the image in general, or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much. Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenity to the already horrific site, but you have also embarrassed and humiliated me, and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. Okay, well look, I'm unsure how I feel and what to do, so here's what I think. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while, until I can sort things out myself. You understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime. Maybe, I don't know.
She's
Just
too
depends
nice.
on how I feel, okay? So please, let me be, and let me see how it goes, okay? Completely misunderstanding her point, Chris thought that the drawing upset her so because she was naive about sex and didn't truly understand what was being depicted, ironically revealing his own ignorance regarding sex. You may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there as part of outer course versus intercourse, was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things into perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com, or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around sex and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet. Or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is, allowing yourself more exposure to sex acts to make yourself feel more comfortable with that fact of life.
Oh my god.
In addition, he defended his actions. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down your throat in an attempt to drown them in submission, there were too many images of penises, on there. I drew drawings promoting vaginas to go against those dickheads. I did the drawing of Sonichu f***ing Rosechu. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag, masturbating. And I did draw the drawing of me giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I did it out of anger, and I regret having done it, and I'm really, really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger, and or out of our boundaries, that we end up regretting later. He proceeded to remove all references to Megan from the ED page, including replacing the lewd drawing of her with a close-up of her groin. By Christian's reasoning, this succeeded in masking the true identity of the woman in question, even though everyone apart from Chris and Megan still assumed it to be his hypothetical sister. He also felt it appropriate to upload the cover of his fictitious PlayStation game, Christian Weston Chandler's Adult Chronicles. Megan understandably took issue with his latest development. Okay, so instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarged my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it? Well, I'm sorry, but that just makes me more angry in a way. It's not that actual sex act that traumatizes me. It's the fact that you fantasize doing such things to me when you know I would never. It's like, how do I know you're not going to abduct me and such? That was a figure of speech. You know what I mean? It creeps me out you have such thoughts about me. It's like you're stalking me, so you really need to back off. P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers, who are simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it. You need to stop with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once.
Yep.
Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Hey, at least they're doing their job, and I support that. In an attempt to find a resolution to the issue, Chris sent an email to the Wikimedia Foundation asking if it were possible for them to take down the page due to the culture of bullying it produced. only to be told that Encyclopedia Dramatica was not part of Wikimedia and thus they were helpless in the matter. Chris once again emailed Megan berating ED, upset that the authors of the page assumed that the woman was his imaginary sister, who shared the name of his imaginary daughter, hence theorizing that Christian wanted to impregnate his mother so he could successfully have intercourse with his daughter, who was also his sister. He also revealed that drawing that image may have in fact prevented something even more heinous. As for the drawing itself, I realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy, mixed-up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent-up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my bottled-up frustrations in a more positive, yet not so politically correct, and not physically hurting others method. He insisted that if they ignored the webpage, the trolls would lose interest and forget about them. In the meantime, disgusted by everyone accusing him of having incestuous desires, Chris made it explicitly clear that the woman in the drawing was in fact his friend Megan, editing the phrase, drawing pictures of himself having sex with his imaginary twin sister, to drawing pictures of himself having sex with his lost sailor soldier, Megan, who dumped his sorry ass for drawing the pic of him f***ing her. She never even had any inkling of interest in him. What a intolerable, sad sack loser. But there was nothing more he could do to save their relationship. By the end of April, Megan had severed all ties with Chris. As a result of his adoration for her, he had created a veritable shrine for Megan, comprised of her own drawings that she gave him, figurines, pictures, and other media which were inspired by his desire for her. Over the coming years, the shrine slowly dissipated. As an expression of humility, he uploaded an image gallery called, You Know What? I Hate Me Too, onto his ED page, which comprised of a selection of images from his comics, wherein he depicted himself getting beaten up, downtrodden, and looking unflattering. What's more, the pastor at his church discovered his online activities and subsequently expelled Christian from Grace Baptist Church. But he soon found refuge in Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church. To add insult to injury, Michael Snyder, the manager of the game place, banned Chris from the store for 2 weeks.
That's one of his
most
arch
likely due to his
nemesis.
frequent outbursts of racism towards the African American children and the temper tantrums he threw whenever he lost, which eventually resulted in an overall drop in patronage. In May, seemingly moving on from the events of the previous 2 months, Chris uploaded a gallery of photos onto the Adult Swim message boards of his Rock Band guitar controller, which he custom painted in the theme of the cartoon character Meatwad from the Adult Swim show Aqua Teen Hunger Force. On May 11th, he was officially baptized at the Wesley United Methodist Church. In June, troubles with Chris at the game place escalated to the point that Michael Snyder permanently banned him from the establishment. In retaliation, Christian called over his parents, so Snyder called the police, as he was well within his rights to refuse service to anyone he saw fit. After this expulsion, the only form of regular social interaction he had left were his church activities. On June 25th, Brittany, who was someone who had become aware of Christian's antics online, wrote a lengthy email addressed to him in the hopes of convincing him to change his ways and move beyond always using his autism as a crutch. In August, Chris sent an email to someone he knew from the game place, letting him know that he had sent a letter of apology to Michael Snyder, but to no avail.
Nope.
In early August, Christian uploaded another video addressing the trolls who were dragging his name through the mud and blamed ED for the end of his relationship with Megan, threatening to cease publication of the upcoming Sonichu issue 7 until the page was taken down. Throughout the video, he uses his glasses and hands for cartoon-like theatrics to dramatically emphasize his message.
Citizens of the internet, I present an open message to each and every one of you. Y'all should know me by now, but if you don't, I am Christian Weston Chandler, the original creator of Sonichu, the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon, back on March 17th, 2000. Any dates earlier are void. I have a whole bunch of people on the internet give me hate. Show me a lot of hate. And I do not appreciate it. Takes me off. Y'all think I'm just a sap a chump, dumbass, whatever you may think. But you know what? You, every last one of you who has expressed hate against me, you're the shitheads.
He once again reiterates that he is not a
You're the
homosexual.
shitheads.
Every one of you who thinks I'm homo and calls me that because I am not, I'm straight. I'm straight. You're the homos. Every last one of you.
Nor is he a pedophile.
I am not a pedophork, you dorks!
He expresses his disgust for the pornographic images others have uploaded to the ED page, stating that he prefers vaginas, referring to them by the euphemism China.
The hatred I'm getting
China.
from every last one of you who has contributed to that Encyclopedia Dramatica webpage. And every other forum, internet document, lewdly drawn pictures with dicks. I love dykes. Dykes. China. I'm straight. If I see a dick, I just look away with a moment of being freaked out.
He confirms once and for all that the woman pictured in She Came for Quick is Megan.
And by the way,
Oh my
that
God.
is not Crystal, whose eyes are censored. That is Megan. And just for
He shouldn't have
taking it
he
up
shouldn't have admitted that.
and twisting it around as such.
He describes his simple and wholesome wish for the future.
If I ever do find the one that is to be my sweetheart, I will give her such care, such tenderness, such love. We get around to hanky-panky, that's fine. That's good. We get married. I will have my God called daughter. She will be taken care of lovingly. Those of you who mock me otherwise with such frivolous, lucrative adultery,
Adultery?
if I ever hear any more new stuff, it will weigh on your conscience with me tearing at your souls emotionally. I'll leave you with any other thoughts that you may have. But if you dare twist these words around, that will weigh worse on your conscience. The words that I provide from sound mind and heart, it will weigh heavily on you. It will weigh heavily on you.
2 days later, the Chris Chan page was declared Article of the Now on Encyclopedia Dramatica. The following day, Chris emailed Bill O'Reilly from Fox News,
Oh my
Dateline
God.
NBC, and NBC Nightly News about his conflict with Encyclopedia Dramatica, apparently for the second time. I wish to re-report the heinous webpage of worst levels of mockery against me. This webpage has been haunting me since it originated around Halloween 2007. He implicated Jason Kendrick Howell as the creator of the page, declaring him the head troll, and directed the majority of his hatred towards him. He also recorded another video, urging fans of Sonichu to help take down the ED page, under the impression that he had more fans than he actually did.
Attention, all Sonichu fans on the internet who do not hate me, Christian Weston Chandler. For I have an important message for y'all. If y'all would actually like me to bring up new stuff for Sonichu and conclude the stories, you can do so by having that Encyclopedia Dramatica page taken down so that I can feel more comfortable in drawing and coloring the comics that y'all have grown to love. If you want to send all your complaints for me not doing the work that I should be doing, you can send every last complaint to the one called Jason Kendrick Howell, also known as How Games or Liquid Snake. For he is, and I quote in an email he sent me, the creator of the Encyclopedia Dramatica ED page for me.
He urges everyone to send their hate to Kendrick Howell.
And that's for you, Jason Kendrick Howell. As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina, I have your number and you're going down.
2 days later, Chris celebrated the apparent fall of AD. In reality, the website was experiencing frequent outages and slow load times due to the increased site popularity.
Ladies and gentlemen on the internet, to all the Sanchu fans, I am pleased to announce that the Encyclopedia Jamaica, not only the webpage, but the whole freaking website's going down. And to make sure it definitely goes down and stays down, do not donate any money to that website. Especially if you want to see the more adventures of Sanchu that I am conjuring up in my mind and drawing up.
As a reward for all the hard work his fandom had put in, he previewed unfinished drawings of a joke referencing the cartoon series Family Guy to be featured in Sonichu issue 7.
DV14, just for the sketch, just like the Family Guy show. Let's go, Ghostbusters! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go, Ghostbusters! Let's go!
He also inserted references to the 1986 Filmation animated series, Ghostbusters, unrelated to the Columbia Pictures movie franchise, nor its subsequent animated adaptation, The Real Ghostbusters.
I remember the other Ghostbusters.
Oh, my aching axles!
Through some email exchanges, Christian found an acquaintance in Robert Simmons V, who was in fact an anti-troll who gained Chris's trust by supporting his actions and creating a persona that possessed similar personality traits. He even resorted to filming videos announcing his support for Chris and his love for Sonichu, all while touting a yellow-colored Sonic necklace.
Good evening, citizens of YouTube. I must be quiet because it's at night. I don't want to wake up my parents, so please forgive me for not talking loud, and I hope all you can hear me.
In an email dated August 12th, Chris confided in Robert and confessed his adoration for Meg Griffin from Family Guy. She is not ugly. She has always been a beautiful catch in my eyes. I just do not understand how anyone would see Megan as ugly. And I feel it is very pitiful that Seth MacFarlane would make her the punching bag of most everyone else on the show, when clearly she does not deserve such torturous punishment. I am in the same boat as she is, if you think about it. I'm the punching bag of the jerks on ED who are getting their heinous lulz, a rehash of lol, meaning laugh out loud. But in my opinion, lulz means laughs under lucricities, which is obviously not good. He also admitted Robert into his elite list of men whom he does not hate. 3 days later, he recorded and uploaded another video addressed to his supposed fanbase, conceding that Encyclopedia Dramatica has not fallen.
This is an official update to all the loyal Sonichu fans on the internet and everywhere else. Well, first off, while the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, the whole website, they did manage to get their ill-gotten money, but I say, screw them. In the air! So anyway,
he addresses the scheme trolls had to steal his Sonichu medallion.
Well, I have been hearing the rumor of the medallion stealing, as you can see. It's still on me, man. Ain't nobody gonna get it off me, cause more security measures have been taken. This one might be the real one, this one might be the false one. How are you to know? That's to your own understanding.
Chris implores his fans to contact Nintendo and Sega about producing Sonichu-related merchandise.
What you can do to see all this in fruition and officially approved distribution, you go to Nintendo.com. If you have an account, or if you don't have an account, you get yourself signed up for free. Talk about Sonichu. Build up more hype in their forums everywhere. Send them emails requesting that they bring them to fruition. They talk to me personally about bringing all that to fruition. Send them the emails, handwritten letters to their official building in Seattle, Washington. Let Nintendo and Sega know about the hype. Send them your personal requests and everywhere. Tell them to talk to me. They both, Nintendo of America and Sega of America, they know my address and my phone number. They have it in their systems. So, talk to them, have them talk to me. Bring the Sonichu idea to fruition! And there's the update for now. Thank you for listening.
His ambitious plans activated the imagination of 1JK Productions, who launched their own blog documenting the supposed development of their own Sonichu the game. Chris gave them his full support, unknowingly endorsing an elaborate ruse, with JK being a common acronym for just kidding. On August 18th, Bob wrote a letter for Chris. In stark contrast to the one he had written during Christian's early childhood, this was much more brief, but nevertheless, still hopeful and optimistic about Chris's future. Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter or good deeds on the internet. He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous worldwide. On August 19th, a 3-member group created an online female persona by the name of Blanca Weiss, whose name was derived from the Spanish and German words for white. According to her story, she was working on her own comic book and created her own character called Jigglyami, a singing Pokemon based on Jigglypuff. She relayed this information to Christian via email and encouraged him to have her featured in a future Sonichu issue. Chris was beyond impressed with her and later made a full-body colored drawing of Jigglyami, which she wanted to send to her home address, but she declined. In order to gain her trust, Christian talked about himself, copying and pasting large sections from his various social media accounts. In return, the troll sent him this photograph as evidence of the veracity of her character and talked more about her backstory. Chris admitted that she was growing on him. By the next day, he was already working on a scene in the comic starring Jigglyami. Blanca retorted with the lyrics for a song meant to be performed by Jigglyami. He let her know that he was almost finished Sonichu issue 7 and that he would feature Blanca and Robert Simmons in special interview segments. Chris mentioned that he helped Robert overcome some problems regarding his own love quest, such as abandoning the idea of an attraction sign. I later realized that a sign made me look retarded, so I stopped long time ago. I suggested that he try to put himself in the center of an open area and try some Axe body spray, he stated, under the impression that Axe body spray would have the same result as is demonstrated in their infamous ad campaign. The only thing about him that I feel different about, his version of my medallion. I don't know how to describe the way I feel about it, but from looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, or oh my god. I think you can understand, but please do not tell him that I said that. Sonichu issue 7 picks up where issue 6 left off, with Chris and Megan on the basketball court, chatting with Bionic, who thanks Megan for setting him up with Megaji. Bionic and Megaji's displays of affection almost bring Christian to tears, because it reminds him of his loneliness and virginity, but is comforted by Megan. They ask Magi-chan and Sonichu about pinpointing the location of the Sonichu balls, which by now are being referred to as Sonichu crystals, due to numerous comments made by trolls highlighting the homoerotic nuance of the term balls. The purpose and abilities of the aforementioned crystals are yet to be revealed. They determine that one crystal might have been lost in the past, and if they found the one who touched it last, they would know where to find it. Magi-chan realizes that at the exact instance when Chris thought up Bionic the Hedgehog in 1996, he was hit in the head by what he thought was a basketball, but it was actually a Sonichu crystal. Christian randomly transitions into a Family Guy-style sketch and gives Seth MacFarlane full permission to implement this idea in a future episode of Family Guy.
Oh my god.
The sketch in question is the one that was previewed in a video in which Chris, stylized as Family Guy's Peter Griffin, is incorporated into the setting of Filmation's Ghostbusters cartoon. Ironically, his witty reimagining of himself bears far more resemblance to his actual appearance than his official comic book persona.
That is ironic.
Magi-chan says that he can bring Chris and Sonichu back to 1996 to retrieve the crystal, so he encapsulates the three into a time sphere that brings them back to Chris's time in Manchester High School. Current-day Chris happens upon 14-year-old Chris, who has a conversation with Joseph Herring, depicted as having an acne-ridden face, despite all known photos showing him clear-skinned and handsome. Chris is hit in the head by the crystal, and Sonichu discreetly catches it, avoiding any possible temporal tampering. Beavis and Butthead is also briefly referenced. They proceed to bring the crystal back to the present day, but the time sphere abruptly stops, flinging Chris out of it. Magi-chan comes to the conclusion that Chris is lost. Shenhui stopped, the crystal's power made him able to pass through my sphere. The crystals activated like rockets upon his friction from the stop, and he was propelled into the void of time. There is nothing we can do for him right now. All we can do is wait for a time warp to pen, and if I sense his presence at that moment, there is a chance I can go in and retrieve him. The time warp may open at any random time in the future. Christian's self-imposed exclusion from the storyline was in order to satisfy the many people online telling him that the Sonichu comics primarily focused on Chris rather than the eponymous hero. Sonichu informs Rosechu of the situation, stating that he will survive and will be in a sense watching over them like God. They embrace, with Chris depicting Rosechu's panties under her skirt in order to defy all claims that he is a homosexual. Meanwhile, in the time void, Chris possibly absorbs the two crystals into his hands, which cause his mind to flood with memories from his recent real-life past, which clash with the thoughts of the comic book Chris, drawing the episode to a close. The comic segues into a special section devoted to the goings-on of the KCWC radio station, hosted by DJ Jamsta Sonichu and his girlfriend, Lalisa Rosechu. He interviews Jigliami and her cute manager Blanca. Jigliami is portrayed with a medallion bearing her own likeness around her neck. Lalisa then conducts an in-depth interview with Robert Simmons V, who is said to resemble Chris in many ways. On the day issue 7 was released, Christian finished drawing the cover for the Spring Break Special Issue 8, which he sent to Blanca. For this issue, he changed the name of the comic to Rosechu. Towards the end of August, Evan Christopher George uploaded a Sonichu-related creation which he called Seamanchu, which according to his official biography, was originally a Pikachu that was raised by a swarm of Pokemon called Beedrill. Despite the drills in lieu of hands design bearing resemblance to that of Beedrill, the character's name, red goggles, and drills are derived from semen as seen in the anime series Gurren Lagann. Evan decided to email his creation to Chris in the hopes of being included in a future issue of Sonichu. However, Chris rejected the idea, instead adapting the character into a new ground bug-type female creation called Simonla Rosechu, mistaking Seamanchu's goggles for infrared eyelids and his cape for a shell. 2 days later, Christian uploaded a video describing his role in the development of the Sonichu video game by JK Productions, still under the impression that it was a legitimate organization.
Alright, well, first off, I am going to give y'all some talk as suggested by my associates who are on the Sonichu game that's in development. I'm still thinking about the story very much. I got a big chunk of the stories in my head. It's gonna be like multiple stories, like, we'll go through multiple characters, all the original Sonichu and Rosechu hedgehogs. Once we get the game project off the ground, hopefully with the assistance of Nintendo of America and Sega of America, there will definitely be the release of the official Sonichu merchandise, including officially released and distributed manufactured medallions for one thing, copies of my CWC on TV DVD that you've seen only a few bits of on the YouTube and such, and as well as possible Sonichu action figures.
He mentions that the Sonichu comic will once again be focused on Sonichu and that Chris will eventually return, only to retire as mayor of Quickville and give himself a smaller role in the story. He then continues to elaborate on the storyline of the game.
And then we go on to Bubbles. Everybody love Bubbles? Bubbles is the bubbly one! Anyway, yeah. She'll get more wet. I mean, all the hedgehogs will go through all the same levels, except variation. Bubbles will mostly be able to swim. Somewhat underwater versions of those levels. And a Juck, she'll be flying high, casting off wing attacks against the enemies in her story.
He reveals that Black Sonichu's name will change, possibly as a response to the backlash he had received due to the racial connotations of the name.
Also, for short, for Black Sonichu was Black Chew, I'm changing it. For his nickname, as it will be revealed in the upcoming Spring Break issue. Everybody have fun on Spring Break! He will prefer to be called Blake. Simply Blake. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, Blake's farting around with Bubbles. But Bubbles likes to try to think that she can keep it to herself. Like, she has like, ooh, she turned on by the dark side of the Force. And all the nuttiness that Blake will want to bring with him.
He talks about Blanca and her involvement in his personal and creative life.
It's nice to know that I actually do have a good gal pal that I've made over the internet recently, whose inspired character, she was inspired by me. Her inspired character, I've given my full approval of and introduced in the comic I just uploaded to what is now can also be considered to be sideshoe.net. Nothing but net. Screw your com, I got the net. Yeah. And she herself is the original character of the new bubblegum pop star. Jiggly yummy! Jiggly yummy! Yeah. So, like, it's possible she and I may actually meet in the future, but I don't have any future plans as of this point, but, I think I'll feel better with my future set when I have my sweetheart. So, thank you very much, every one of you, for your patronage. And I hope you all have a pleasant day.
Christian's newfound infamy brought him much stress and hardship, with him hardly being able to cope with the constant barrage of trolling, getting ever more challenging to discern what was false and what was true, what was an advice and what was an insult. But he still had his principles, his dreams and ambitions, to see himself through the most trying period of his life.
Damn. Damn. So that's the end of part 5. Amazing. Whew. Damn. All right. Oh, shit. Let's see. Okay, so we're like $25 away. So I will put up a timer, and if we get the $25, then I'll watch the next part. All right. There it is. Kablam. There's 85 parts. $85. Do you want to eat my ass, shit. Drunken Peasants? Oh, shit. So now we're at $18.69. Whew. Oh? Whew. Just gotta let the yawn out. Whew. All right. Feel like I need a coffee or something. I'll tell you what. I think I might have a coffee I can make really quick. So I'm going to step away. I'm going to leave the timer up. All right. Let's see if we can get to 75%. All right. I'll be back in just a moment here. Okay. Had to get some coffee. Had to get... I made like a little, K-cup. Delicious. I appreciate you guys helping me get this close to the ghoul tonight, by the way. So, even if we don't make the 75 tonight, I'll be here streaming at some point tomorrow because the ghoul has to be met tomorrow. But we could make it, and I could watch the next one. Just got to get to 75%. Ooh, yawns. I'm trying to do the right thing where I wake up early and go to the gym in the morning, and then I come home and do all the work shit. So I actually woke up at 6:30 a.m. today. Because there's no point in going to the gym unless you're going to spend at least 1 or 2 hours there. Unless you have like a home gym or something, If you have to like get up and travel to a gym, then you might as well spend some time there. Oh, and they kicked my ass. You know what I'm saying? I had a gym at a place of work that I worked at. I worked in a call center, and we had a gym, and it was small, but it was like a full-on gym with like lots of professional equipment crammed into it. It had basically everything you needed, just on like a smaller scale, and it had like a locker room with like shower stalls. I think it was like 3 shower stalls, at least in the men's locker room. There was like 3 shower stalls. It was legit. And I would come into work early and go to the gym, or I would like go to the gym like on my lunch break. There. It was very convenient. I think it was so that like when people were like, "Oh, there's all these obese people working at this call center because they sit around and talk on the phone all day for their job," they could be like, "Well, we give them a gym." It's like they also gave us like a place to like buy food from too. Yeah, I've lived in apartment buildings with gyms in them too. Definitely.
I'm the stupid one. I'm dumb
Oh,
pedogenesis.
shit.
Dur, dur, dur. I'm the stupid one. I'm dumb pedogenesis. Dur,
Oh,
dur,
God.
Dur. I'm the stupid
We got
one.
2
I'm
minutes
dumb
left.
Pedogenesis. Dur, dur, dur. I'm the stupid one. I'm dumb pedogenesis. Dur, dur, dur.
So we're $5.69 away?
Pedogenesis. Dur, dur, dur.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
the stupid one. I'm dumb pedogenesis. Dur, dur, dur. I'm the stupid one. I'm dumb.
He is the stupid one. He is definitely the stupid one. I'm the stupid one. We had a gym in my high school, too, for sure. Like, I didn't hang out in it. Like, I wasn't into working out when I was in high school at all. I was, like, a naturally skinny kid. I was on Adderall, too. Like, I was prescribed on Adderall, so, like, I was really thin because I didn't eat a lot, because Adderall takes away your appetite. Yeah. I was on the track team. I wasn't that good, but I did like run and stuff, but I didn't work out in the gym really. Dirt. It was mostly like the wrestlers and the football players and shit that hung out at the gym in my school. like the you know, like they had like a weight room. Okay.
5 parts down. 80 more to go.
Oh God, you timed it perfectly. Wow, that was perfect timing. Well, I keep my word.
All right, fuck it.
Hold on. There we go. All right. You both did it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so now we're on part 6, right? Part 6.
Towards the end of August 2008, hoping to further develop their relationship, Christian emailed Blanca asking about her opinion on pornography and admitted that he has seen his fair share. He revealed that he enjoyed TV shows like Keeping Up Appearances, Are You Being Served, and Monty Python. Chris encouraged her to upload a video of herself on YouTube, or at least have a video call with him. He also mentioned an alleged recent interaction with Megan.
All right, and also, I'll do the one after this one if we can get to 80%. But we have to have it, you know, by the end of this video. This video is about 40 minutes long, so it'll take me like probably a little over an hour to watch it because I'll be pausing it here and there.
If you recall my gal pal, Megan Schroeder, I've chatted with her earlier tonight. She has forgiven me for my mistake.
Oh my
She's
God.
doing well, and she has been going out with a volunteer fireman for about over a month now. Although I had her at I love you when I lost her then, I can still be happy for her successes as a true friend.
No, this is why he hated men.
He let Blanca know that he had gotten used to the existence of the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, but was still tormented by the images of a transgender rose chew. She is all woman.
Well, Chris definitely flipped on the trans thing, obviously.
She was born with and still has her God-given vagina and both ovaries. I would seriously really wish and like very much see all the dicked up images removed from the page and
The
replaced with
dicked
more
up
accurate
images.
fan art of rose chew with vagina. Not only that, but it seriously ticked me when just after I found the page back in November 07, I received in emails a few copies of those particular images. Then I distinctly, right to the point, straightforward told all the people that sent the image copies, as well as the people of the ED page, to remove their pickled images.
Oh my God, I just realized part 7 is the one where Chris thinks he's emailing back and forth with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and The Legend of Zelda and a lot of the really popular Nintendo intellectual properties.
If they would replace their dick-headedness with honest, God-blessed images of rose chew with vagina and absolutely no freaking penis. Blanca revealed that their relationship was in fact growing stronger and sent the following photo to Chris to further persuade him of her genuineness.
Oh my God. It's just a random photo. This person just found a random photo of a girl, probably from... This was back in the day, so this was probably from like MySpace or something.
This convinced him to provide her with his home phone number. Christian also informed her of his scheme to combat images of Rosechew with a penis by making his own sexual drawings of a truly female Rosechew. Blanca then encouraged him to proclaim his intentions in a YouTube video. On September 2nd, 2008, in order to replace the sexual imagery of which he disapproved, Christian uploaded 9 nude drawings of Rosechew in a variety of sexual situations. Many of these drawings were actually traced from pre-existing erotic renderings of characters such as Amy Rose from Sonic. 3 days later, JK Productions claimed that they had received a cease and desist order from both Sega and Nintendo due to the unauthorized use of the likeness of their characters. The artists in response drastically redesigned the main characters. For example, Sonichu was reimagined as Reginald the Anteel, which was a crossbreed of an anteater and an eel who sported a dashing suit with a pickle in his breast pocket. Rosechew was similarly replaced by an anteel with gay overtones. Chris was also supplanted by a voluptuous female version of himself. These drastic changes convinced Chris to end his relationship with JK Productions, mistaking the anteels for aardvarks. In the face of what has been long established, Christian released episode 17 of Sonichu issue 8 before the comic was completed. Rather than the supposed spring break theme, episode 17 came about as a direct response to the recent drama concerning ED and 4chan, resulting in a sex-filled and surprisingly pornographic offering. Due to the shocking nature of its content, the episode was originally available in 3 different versions, based on the TV parental guidelines devised by the FCC. TVY7, which contained no graphic content, TV14, which included sexual acts with the nudity censored, and TVMA, which was the uncut and uncensored version. Before the prologue, Chris inserted a disclaimer in which Sonichu and Rosechew say that they are over the age of 18 and give some warning as to what will shortly be witnessed. We, Christian Weston Chandler, and everyone of this hand-drawn series fully support safe sex and the proper use of condoms during vaginal penile intercourse.
Oh my
Sonichu
God!
also promotes the idea of sex and dating education classes in schools to better prepare youngsters for their first flirts with courtship. The story begins with Sonichu and Rosechew preparing to make love. Sonichu mentions that he needs to purchase double extra-length condoms because his penis is 7 inches long. Chris then proceeds to explain the sexual anatomy of Sonichu and Rosechew, which for the most part are identical to the human equivalents. With the help of diagrams, he goes on to explain sexual intercourse between 2 electric hedgehog Pokemon of the opposite gender, and once again promotes the practice of safe sex. The scene returns to the lovemaking. Chris offers a depiction of Sonichu's penis's point of view as it enters Rosechew's mouth. They go through several positions during their
that is
lovemaking.
so weird how like Sonichu became pornographic at one point. There's like extreme violence in some of the Sonichu comics too. It's crazy.
The TV14 version superimposes a banana over Sonichu's penis, an orange slice over Rosechew's vagina, and blue stars over her nipples. After the copulation, Rosechew explores a website called 4cent Garbage, a representation of both Encyclopedia Dramatica and 4chan. She discovers that the people there were uploading lewd drawings of Rosechew and the other Rosechews possessing male genitalia. She's angered by it, while Sonichu mistakes the drawings for photographs and falls ill and faints. She puts him to bed to rest. She then decides to take her own arousing photographs, which happen to be the images which were previously posted by Chris on ED. In the TV14 edition, her bare body was concealed by a red bikini that Chris drew in Microsoft Paint. To her dismay, her efforts were for naught, as only more anatomically incorrect images of her appear on 4cent Garbage. So Sonichu, Rosechew, and Wild Sonichu travel to the 4cent Garbage building, with Wild joining in to search for the next Sonichu crystal. Sonichu and Rosechew aim to confront the boss of the corporation, who goes by the name Jason, signifying Jason Kendrick Howell. Chris creatively hints at his surname by referencing Lovey and Thurston Howell from the 1960s TV show Gilligan's Island. Meanwhile, Wild Sonichu turns invisible. They enter the building and ask a devil-like creature called Beale, who is working as a receptionist, where to find Jason. He states that they need to take the elevator to floor 66 plus 6. The pair go up the elevator and witness the various goings-on of each floor. Rosechu attacks someone who was uploading an image of her with male genitalia, and Christian briefly comes out of the time void to punch a man viewing the depiction of Chris using an oversized drinking straw. Many of the images were lifted straight out of ED. In the uncensored version, they witness more provocative activities, such as pictures of Sonic characters in sexual settings, which apparently excite Sonichu. The graphic cartoon pornography of the upper floors in fact arouse both Sonichu and Rosechu. On the 70th floor, they witness the destruction of an Xbox game console, which is referred to as a Hexbox, highlighting Christian's hatred of the gaming system. Meanwhile, Wilde locates the crystal, which overrides his camouflage powers. The protagonists finally reach the 72nd floor and are greeted by an ominous Jason draped in a dark hooded cloak with, apart from one eye, his face concealed by shadows. They politely request that the Christian page be taken down, stating that the page goes against the values of the United States and her citizens. Jason states that the page will remain, and Sonichu goes for an attack, but is quickly thrown aside. They decide to leave quietly, but then Jason throws a pickle at Rosechu's head, which infuriates her. She flies up into the air to shed her clothes, and reveals that she wears a C-cup bra. She takes off her brassiere and underwear, her nude body for all to see. Her fiery rage transforms her into the incredible lioness. I am the power. I am the warrior. I am the almighty woman. True to all of my gender, I will overpower any evil or good man who defies us, and make him succumb to our will. I have the almighty uterus that makes me strong and super powerful enough to protect the loved ones within me until they emerge to their glorious birth. By my ferocious will, I shall punish he who has defiled my people with the worst unnatural addition ever by this one's heinous hand. I am woman. Hear me roar. She flies at Howl, grabbing hold of his head with her thighs. In a ferocious rage, she tears open his skull, but Jason remains alive. Rosechu calms down and reverts to her old self. They regroup with Wilde, crystal in hand. They bring it back to the mayor's office, where the rest of the Sonichu crystals are kept. With 2 in Chris's possession, they have only 1 more crystal to find on their own, so they could finally rescue Crystal. In the epilogue, all the Rosechus gather together to make nude photographs of themselves in support of women's liberation. Simone La Rosechu digs herself out of the ground and is introduced to everyone. They are surprised by the sudden arrival of one Zapina Rosechu, who wants to help them out, but announces that she is 14 years old. Rosechu regrettably announces that she cannot contribute due to dumb laws. Lalisa insisted that she can work as a volunteer, using her light emission powers to help with the photo shoot, which will serve
There is a weird level of creativity. There's like also a weird level of plagiarism.
as a protest to the efforts of the slanderous jerks.
It's weird. It's
Episode 17 was widely
It's kind of
lambasted,
captivating
forcing
for
Chris
some
to quickly
reason.
remove the uncensored
Right?
edition from the website. He defended the drastic change in tone in his comic in an email to Blanca. I wish to make it perfectly clear that I, Christian Weston Chandler, a sound-minded virgin, do not see women as sex objects. I honestly see women as my equal, human beings who have every right as any person in this world do, and I care about how women feel. Story-wise, Rosechu is only doing what she, herself, as an individual, feels is right in a great act of protest against the real-life 4centgarbage.com, which is encyclopediadramatica.com. And every woman has every right as human equals to speak their voice as loud as they feel for or against what they each set their individual sights upon. Ladies, I care. I seriously do. It was around this time that a troll, who identified herself as Lord Silly Nipples, assumed Blanca's identity without informing the original trio of trolls, who created and then shared with Chris Blanca's supposed MySpace page, and sent an email asking him to send her sexy nude photos of himself. In return, she promised she would show her own sexy side. Captivated by the promise of nudes, he took an array of revealing photos of himself and sent them to whom he thought was Blanca, taking little notice of her, suddenly changing her email address, or the various physical and biographical inaccuracies seen on her MySpace page. On September 11th, Blanca's MySpace profile picture was changed to a photo of a black man in a pickle costume, and Lord Silly Nipples posted Christian's nude photos onto the
pickle-suited guy.
Humiliated by the revelation, he recorded a video addressing the event, conceding that Blanca, as he knew her, was a troll.
An official update. You know who I am. But right now, at the moment, I'm upset and sad. The featured friend that I have recently given a guest spot in the 7th comic book, turns out that woman was a fake troll. Well, he tricked me into revealing some adult type stuff. I was tricked. I was betrayed.
He also mentions the mysterious appearance of an advertisement for Sonichu toys purportedly seen in a magazine.
I have taken the notice of the recent ad in the video game magazine or comic book somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where, about merchandise. I have not ever, up to this point, authorized any distribution or advertisement of any Sonichu merchandise. So, the ad there, that is a fake. Boycott that at all costs.
Finally, since he believed that Blanca was not a real person, he assumed complete control over her intellectual property.
Also, at this point, I will claim Jigglyami as my own from this point on. And Blanca character I associate with her in the drawing, well, she'll be like a character in a city, but she's not going to be a active character. But Jigglyami, I'll be claiming her as my own from this point on.
Wow.
Good day.
He's claiming characters as his own.
Of a troll who assumed the identity of former English soccer personality Jimmy Hill, who wanted Chris to believe that Hill stole all elements of the Sonichu story and was developing the franchise in real life, the popularity of which allegedly rivaled that of Pokemon. Still scarred from unwittingly exposing his vulnerability to the trolls, he sent an email to the reverend of his church, Elizabeth Foss, about how he was deceived and now looked to God for forgiveness. Reverend Foss in return suggested that he meet with pastoral counselor Rocky Shoemaker, whom she felt could help Chris make sense of his troubles. He began seeking her advice regularly. Vivian G continued to email Chris, trying to convince him that his nude pictures are not a big deal, and that she wished that he get off the internet and meet real women in person like he used to. She tried with all her might to make him see that Robert Simmons was a troll as well, but Christian wouldn't listen. In the wake of the Blanca deception, he re-engaged in conversations with the original Blanca, sending his messages to her original email address, with the trolls desperately trying to convince Chris that their Blanca was the true Blanca, claiming that the Blanca behind the leaks and the MySpace page was a product of trolls. The trolling trio persuaded Christian to take part in a Skype call. One of the three, who called herself Nurse Iki-chan, lent her voice to the part and convinced him that he was in contact with the true Blanca. He later announced so in a video.
It's all settled now. Blanca's real. I talked to her.
Oh.
Yeah, she called me. So as for the
she looks like
person
Blanca
who,
from Street Fighter.
As for the jerk who posed with the Kawaii Katsune name, if I knew who you were, I'd give you a kick in the balls. But I can't because I don't know who or where you are. But if everybody knows the whereabouts of the jerk, and it just happened to be nearby or within the state, give him a swift kick from me.
In the balls.
Anyway, I'm happy now. I'm happy.
He also addresses the issue of counterfeit Sonichu merchandise produced by Jimmy Hill.
First off, the toys in the UK. They're definitely fake. I have never approved any merchandise or distribution of such merchandise yet. So therefore, the advertisements of such Sonichu merchandise in the UK, all fake. Possibly this guy named Jerry Hill, I think his name was. But I mean, that's from a suggestion that's a name I got from one of my fans. So anyway, boycott buy the merchandise from the UK. Buy any merchandise from there. Boycott it. Don't do it.
Chris also confirms that JK Productions were fake and implored that people continue asking Nintendo to get involved in the Sonichu video game.
Sonichu, Issue 1. Hand-drawn premiere issue. Go, Sonichu.
Go out and zap to the extreme.
On September 15th, Vivian G began uploading her series of Sonichu audiobooks, which she edited herself. A narrator told the story of the comic in a calm yet dramatic voice, with Vivian herself providing crass commentary in the form of annotations. The project made no attempt at addressing inconsistencies, spelling errors, or storyline issues, and simply delivered the story in a straight, deadpan manner. The team would continue to make audiobook videos.
I miss YouTube annotations. Those were great.
Story for the next few years. Possibly sometime in September, Lord Silly Nipples, impersonating Christian's childhood friend Tiffany Robinson, sent him an email requesting to receive a copy of his Yup, I'm on TV DVD, who upon receiving the gift, leaked the contents onto the internet. This leak featured most of the videos and photos on the disc, including this photo of Barbara Chandler. Due to her significant girth and slumbering state, trolls began calling her Snorlax.
She's got an Atkins diet book. She has a book about the Atkins diet. And you can tell she doesn't get up much because she's got a bunch of things within arm's reach of her.
Which is a large Pokemon known for its sleepy nature.
Okay.
Despite things with Chris and Blanca looking optimistic, he began a courteous discord with one Sarah Jackson, who allegedly first found
oh damn, she got booba.
Found out about him through her autistic sister, Rose, a Sonichu fan. Like most people engaging with Christian at the time, Sarah was also a fake personality. He informed Blanca of this new development in their relationship. I'm gonna be honest with you. Over the weekend, I met this other woman over the internet, developed a good trust with her. Basically, I'm feeling in between with you and this woman, and I want to make more certain which one I should save myself for. I have told her about you, and I only want to be as fair as possible. I'd hate to make you feel bad, sad, or jealous, because I honestly care about you and your feelings a lot, Blanca Weiss. I understand if this comes as a big surprise to you, but believe me, you are the first I've said I love you to, openly and honestly. Let me ask you, do you want me in an honest relationship, or sexually, more or equal to bad? He gave Blanca Sarah's email address so she could have a talk with her. I care about Christian a lot, and I would not see him hurt by anyone, especially not someone pretending to be a girl to get their kicks from hurting an innocent man who is autistic. I hope you realize what kind of monster you are. Honestly, what do you have to gain from hurting him? Oh, are you going to get more naked pictures of him? Going to rob him of his dignity? You know what? Go do something more productive, like get a job, read a book, I don't know, do something. What kind of person purposely tries to ruin the life of an autistic? It's beyond me. Sarah replied, Chris is a sweet and loving man, and he has feelings for me. You obviously blew it with him.
It's weird that the trolls are arguing with each other.
Or he wouldn't be talking to me in the first place. So you can just jump off a cliff, sister. You couldn't possibly love him the way I have come to. So just give this pathetic game up. I will tell him about the slanderous things you have written to me too, and then we'll see how much more he trusts you. Christian had to make a tough decision, so he chose Blanca to be his one and only. He asked if she would send him some more photographs of herself at varying angles, stating that nudes weren't necessary, but appreciated. He paid no attention to Blanca's constantly changing physical appearance.
Yeah.
Chris also brought up the possibility of a future meeting in real life. While I'm thinking about it, did you say you might be able to make it for Thanksgiving break? If not sooner, I would appreciate your presence. And if at that time you feel ready, my virginity shall be yours. I know I said it before in your previous pics, but you still have a hot body. Oh my god. He then elaborated on their proposed schedule. You can meet my mother and father, chat with them a while, and get to know each other. Then you and we can go upstairs to my bedroom to just hang out, watch TV, or chat a while. Maybe even some video gameplay with Guitar Hero or something. For dinner that evening, our first date, I will take you out to McDonald's.
Ooh, that's the key to the woman's heart.
Or a small restaurant like that. Then I'd let you go back to your hotel or bring you back home. No sex on the first night, but if you'd like to make out, I'd welcome it. For lunch, I take you to this good all-you-can-eat pizza, salad, soup, dessert buffet that I know of in Charlottesville.
Desert.
Then we can take in a romantic movie at the theater, or we can walk the downtown mall and or walk in the park. If it doesn't bother you, I may yawn and stretch my arm around you to your other shoulder. If you want to take it further, you may pull my hand on your shoulder a little closer to your breast. Of course, this is optional.
Oh my God. All of he's like mapping out everything.
Or under that to cop a feel. Stop me if I'm bothering you any. And you and I can make out in the theater. And if you feel like it that night in the privacy of mine or your room, you can take my virginity. Or we can wait till the third night, if there is one before you have to go back to Kentucky. Either way, I would wear a condom then, and in the future until our wedding night. Blanca and Sarah continued to spitefully exchange emails to each other until September 17th, when correctly guessing his password, trolls hacked into Christian's email account, and also in turn gained access to his AOL, MySpace, YouTube, Facebook, and eBay accounts, leaking the majority of his private goings-on to the public. In addition, they acquired previously unreleased nude photos of him, which they sent to ED. One particular picture was a close-up shot of Sonichu doodled on his penis. Another was an erect Chris modeling his mother's underwear. These latest photos also explicitly showcased the unusual, misshapen form of his penis. In the meantime, the trolls changed the background of his YouTube profile page to a tiled illustration of a pickle. In response, Chris created a new email address and made a new YouTube channel, CChan6789. In the midst of all this chaos, Christian began chatting with one Jessie Ruddy, an online female persona conceived by two trolls, possibly through Skype. Their conversations remained fairly casual, though they did discuss some sexually charged topics. At the same time, Chris also began conversing with an Australian girl who went by the internet handle Panda Halo. Like all his recent love interests, Panda, real name Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie, was yet again another troll-created online identity. Growing increasingly hopeful of a future with her, he broke off the promise of a relationship with Blanca and announced his new true love in a video. This was the first instance of Chris introducing his videos with the phrase Captain's Log and listing off the relevant stardate, which was the method of log entry and record keeping used in the Star Trek TV and film franchise. However, it is likely that Chris was actually referencing a Star Trek parody seen in Family Guy instead.
Maybe.
Captain's Log, stardate September 24th, 2008. This is an update for the Sonichu fan base. As you can see, I am safe and well. I have no intention of hurting or killing myself.
He finally leaves his bitterness towards Adam Stackhouse behind him.
Also, I would like to update by letting y'all know about Adam Stackhouse, who was the winner of the that Parappa contest. Leave him alone. I hold no grudge against him. So you leave him and his family, including his sister, alone. It's all forgiven. It's all in the past. Done deal. Also, I have a big announcement. I'm taken. I don't want to be her true name. For my fear of her, for my worry about her safety. But I want to shout out my love to her. This is for you.
He proceeds to sing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley, with the song's appearance in a Family Guy episode serving as a backing track.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give.
Christian and Panda Halo's relationship got heated very quickly. Chris engaged in Skype conversations using the family computer located in their kitchen.
Oh my
Over
God.
the course of their chats,
Look at all the junk in their house piled up everywhere.
He discussed delicate topics, such as masturbation. He graphically described his masturbation routine and admitted that he would always have a clean,
You do have to be a sicko to be like a Chris Chan troll at this level.
plastic cup on hand, in which he would ejaculate as to not make a mess. Chris reflected on what he has learned from watching copious amounts of porn, and confessed that he wouldn't like it if women inserted fruits and vegetables into themselves while masturbating, because he saw it as a waste of food. But in the case of bananas, it was acceptable due to the protective peel of said fruit, meaning it could be eaten after the fact. While Panda Halo did not appear on video, her voice was enough to convince Chris that she was real. He readily engaged in obscene acts for his webcam. These included Chris impersonating a selection of animals and even masturbating on camera. These videos soon surfaced on the internet. It was possibly around this time that Vivian G had a 3-hour-long chat with Chris through AOL.
You gotta be a sicko to, like, watch and record Chris Chan jerking off on camera for you.
Messaging, during which she desperately tried to convince him that all the women offering themselves to him over the internet were fake. During the conversation, Christian slipped on cat poo in the kitchen and had to clean up the mess. She confronted him over the nude picture he drew of Megan. He accused ED of twisting the image and making it evil, destroying their relationship. Vivian reminded him that Megan had requested that they remained just as friends, but Christian betrayed her. He then proceeded to talk about his need for a sweetheart to fulfill his wish of fathering a daughter by the name of Crystal Weston Chandler. He blamed his random access memory for the sudden change in topic, claiming he can't help himself if his thoughts are random. He revealed that he still went to the Alderman Library at the University of Virginia to look for women. Vivian then explained that people usually go to the library to study and not to hook up with strangers. The discussion gave him a headache. Chris then talked about his desperate need for a dating education class, which would be especially useful for the third date onwards. Vivian pointed out that the dating experience would be completely different for every person, and that sex is not guaranteed on the third date. Chris eventually didn't know how to reply because his mind became a blank. She asked him to roleplay to find out what he would say when meeting a girl. Ynir immediately began talking about drawing his comics. She told him that if he were to say that to a girl, he would be perceived as immature and childish. Christian then asked if it would make a difference if he told women that he drew sex pictures instead. Vivian recorded, stating that that would be disturbing.
Oh my god!
To seek professional help, admitting that trying to help him herself was like fighting a wall. On September 29th, Christian reignited communications with his former sweetheart, Blanca, telling her that he had a dream in which the name of his true sweetheart-to-be was revealed to be Blanca Weiss. As a show of affection, he announced that he will send his original Sonichu, Rosechu, Black Sonichu, and Gigliami medallions, as well as his drawing of Gigliami to what he thought was her aunt and grandmother's home address. I hope that you are feeling better, and that you feel delighted after reading that God and Jesus have finally revealed they're guiding me to you. 2 days later, he sent her an album of grainy photos of himself in an array of poses. On October 4th, Chris released a short video in which he lampoons a line of dialogue used in the MTV animated series Aeon Flux.
I like Aeon Flux.
My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I'm here to find happiness with my true sweetheart who I've known for over 2 months now. So you trolls best leave us alone. Is anybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
As the months progressed, more and more Jimmy Hill-related artwork began to surface. Screenshots from a supposed Sonichu animated series were leaked as well, and the plotline of Hill's Sonichu story was revealed, which resembled Christian's own iteration, but with some notable alterations. Sonichu was touted as the first openly gay.
Yeah, he's a leather daddy.
His boyfriend. He hung out with Rosechu, his gal pal, and he loved his parents, Mary Lee Walsh and Jimmy Hill himself. In the cartoon, they would come under attack from the giant jerkbot, which was modeled after Christian's own naked figure. On October 9th, trolls received Christian's package meant for Blanca. It included the medallions, as well as his depiction of Blanca's original
Why is there a bottle
character.
of beer there?
Chris wrote a heartfelt letter to her on the back of the drawing, which Nurse Iki-chan herself read out for a video later uploaded onto YouTube.
Dear Blanca, I am so happy that you are revealed as my true, honest sweetheart to be in the dream I have anxiously waited for since the dreams of me and my future daughter. When before my heart was lost and confused, now I truly see the path to the true, honest love set for me by God and Jesus. I now can truly hardly wait to meet you around Halloween.
Below the letter was an illustration depicting a sleeping, dreaming Christian who dreamt of himself waiting for his sweetheart Blanca at a local hotel. The trolling group quickly uploaded their findings onto ED. In response, Christian recorded a video falsely claiming that even though the trolls got hold of his medallions, Blanca had intercepted them and sent his Sonichu medallion back, which he then modified to make more secure, meaning the medallion around his neck in this video was in fact a copy.
Captain's log. Stardate, October 9th, 2008. Y'all know who I am, so my message should be clear. I'm here to dispel a couple of rumors that have been flying around. Firstly, my Sanchi medal was not stolen. It was entrusted to my sweetheart, Blanca, who lives over in Kentucky. Rest assured, she is not a troll, so nobody say otherwise. I have talked to her on webcam and video and audio and heard her voice over her microphone to my speakers and headphones. Anyway, I sent her the medal, and even though some trolls nearby got hold of it temporarily, she managed to get it back and send it back to me express.
Express.
He emphasizes that he added a peg to the back of it to hold his amethyst high school ring. He also mentions his leaked DVD footage, naming the man in the pickle suit as the culprit.
Also, the DVD, that was not stolen either. The man in the pickle suit tricked me once again. I pretended to be a trusted gal pal of mine.
The man in the pickle suit tricked me again.
Thank God I had the foresight to not make a copy of my director's cut, which has a lot more footage on it than any distributed copy has.
Still convincing himself that Blanca was true, he professes his love for her.
I wish to also proclaim my love for my sweetheart. I love you, Blanca. I cannot bear to live without you, baby. So please come here as soon as possible so we can be together forever. I love you, Blanca. I always will. Pain me. It would just pain me if you got hurt. So nobody better harm a hair on her, or else you'll hear from me.
As an epilogue, Chris advertises the upcoming PS3 game, Little Big Planet.
Also, this video, as well as all previous videos, are proudly presented to you thanks to the gracious technology from Sony Computer Entertainment America. Look forward for the upcoming Little Big Planet game, coming to only on PlayStation 3, and see exclusive levels that I will be uploading after I've created soon enough, that y'all will be very interested in playing. Thank you.
4 days later, seemingly unperturbed by the possible deception concerning Blanca, Christian made another video, announcing that he had received the beta release of Little Big Planet, and had already completed making his own level.
The Little Big Planet level y'all have heard about. I have the beta, and I have completed the level in only 2 nights, and I got it published onto the Little Big Planet database on the internet. Apparently my beta had expired, which is kind of bad luck. So I guess I'll just have to wait a week before I can introduce the level fully in video form on the YouTube. Little Big Planet, only on PlayStation 3. Never accept any invitations, even downloadable to a hotspot.
He continues by airing his grievances concerning Jimmy Hill.
Master Jimmy Hill, as y'all may know about him, he has perpetrated the rights of science for myself. As y'all well know, for the longest time now, that I am the original owner and creator of Science and Roast You. This imposter is blatantly copying everything note for note from me. I mean, you take a good look at that. Take a look at that. Because all that is just this Sonic the Hedgehog action figure custom painted. I can easily custom paint this to look like that. With acrylic paint even. So simple. And it's so crappy, too.
He compares the appearance of his official Sonichu website with Hill's flagrant imitation, and also mentions the supposed release of Jimmy Hill's Yup, I'm on TV DVD.
And all he did was take every footage that was originated from this DVD and dubbed his voice just over my name. So instead of me saying Christian Weston Chandler, he just dubbed his over each time by saying Jimmy Hill. It even says on the bottom here, the part of Jimmy Hill is played by an actor. An actor. And look at that freaking cover. It's more based on my original comic cover than the original DVD. Anyway, do not buy from Jimmy Hill. He's a fraud, a phony.
Finally, Chris proclaims that the trolls should stop bullying him because he is ignoring them.
You bullies, I know y'all are afraid of me. Because without me, y'all would have nobody to pick on at this point. No matter how many times you direct your influences towards me, I'm just ignoring you. Because basically all you're doing is basically being unheard of. You're basically talking to a brick wall. And I am just blatantly ignoring you hands down. So you may as well just give up. Your opinions and voices are not being heard. Y'all are not scaring me. Y'all are not scaring Blanca. You're scaring nobody, misters. It's time to face facts, misters and misses. I am safe. I am well. And I'll be staying that way, and I shall keep watch for any bullies. And I will take all necessary steps in due time as I cross those bridges, be they sound or broken. Thank you very much, and have a good day or evening.
It was on this day that the person responsible for the Sarah Jackson character decided to kill her off by assuming the role of her sister and telling Chris that she was allegedly killed in a car crash.
Oh my god.
On October 14th, Panda Halo created a subsite of Sonichu.net called Sonichu Fans, which was most notable for incorporating an internet relay chat feature, or IRC,
Oh god.
where people could gather and
IRCs.
chat about Sonichu and other related matters. Over the course of the next couple of months, Chris joined the chat to discuss various topics and answer fan questions. On the same day, YouTube user Icarus69, who was the one who had received Christian's package, showed off the medallions which recently came into his possession. On October 15th, Chris uploaded a 7-page preview of a future Sonichu comic, in which Chris Chan Sonichu travels to the 4-cent garbage building but is captured by a tractor beam. He is forced to revert to his human form, which brings his medallion back into existence. Jason's minion, Beale, grabs hold of the Sonichu medallion, but is shocked that he remains powerless. Christian reveals that the true source of his powers is his amethyst high school ring, to convince the trolls that his medallion was not as important as they had thought it was. He uses his ring to transform back into Chris Chan Sonichu and launches a hyper beam at Beale, which also ends up hitting Jimmy Hill, knocking out his teeth. On October 20th, the trolls behind Blanca put an end to her story. Icarus69 filmed himself desecrating the original medallion in a myriad of means. God. He sliced it and stabbed it with a knife.
Pissed on it.
Mimicked it performing forced fellatio on a pickle, placed it into a pickle jar, crushed it with a hammer, and set it ablaze, quenching the fire by urinating on it.
My wooden badge is delicious!
That is the end. That is the end of that one. Hell, motherfucking yeah. Damn. So that was part 6. Oh, man. Just like last time. Got a timer. If we can get to 80%, I'll watch the next one. Each one is about 40 minutes long. Oh, part 6. Do you think Chris liked that movie about the kids hockey team, the Mighty Ducks? The Mighty Ducks. Ah, my God. Oh, my God. The coffee is making, like, I have to bounce my legs right now because of the coffee. I was yawning before I got the coffee. And now I feel like I'm going to yawn just because I said yawn. If I use the word yawn enough, how many of you guys out there watching will yawn just because I'm saying it? What if I fake a yawn? Like that. Yeah. Isn't that funny how you can catch a yawn through the internet? What a weird phenomenon. Isn't that crazy? How you can catch a yawn? Some people do, some people don't. It's weird that anybody did. That's the thing. I always thought that was weird. My dog will yawn and it'll make me yawn. Now I'm trying not to. I remember back when I was like really into smoking cigarettes. If I saw someone in a movie or on TV smoking a cigarette, I wanted one like instantly. If I didn't already have one. It was more, the feeling and the desire was more intense than like seeing a commercial with like food in it that I wanted to eat. It was like instant, like, I want a cigarette now. Random guy in this movie is smoking. Man. I kept going back and forth. Like, I probably started when I was like 15 or whatever. And then quit for a while and fell back into it. Like, that happened a few times, but I haven't had a regular cigarette in a very long time. I had a cigar a while back, like within the last year. So that's like, I have smoked some tobacco, but you don't really inhale cigars a lot. You mainly just kind of like taste them, you know? But I haven't had like a regular cigarette in a very long time. There's this casino that I went to, and they had like a little cigar bar in there where you could like buy a little, well, they had expensive cigars too, but I bought like the cheapest kind they had. So I bought like a cheap cigar, and they had a bar in it so you could have like a beer or a cocktail. And I just like puffed on a cigar and drank a couple beers at this casino. And it was cool. Man. Yeah. Yeah, so if we get to 80%, which it's fine if we don't, but, you know, gotta try, right? Either way, I'll be reviewing 7 relatively soon. Oh, God. See, I'm yawning now, and that was a real one. That was a powerful one, actually. There's some that barely slipped through, but that one was something. Oh, God. Yeah. My brain is kind of mush. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah. Man. I want to thank all you guys for hanging with me either way, whether we hit 80% or not. We haven't gotten any donos, so I don't think it's happening. But had to give it a shot. Had to let it roll. You know what I'm saying, bro? In the Garden of David, honey. All right, so that's it. Going once, going twice. Thank you guys for helping me get to 75%. I really appreciate it. Let me check one quick thing here before I sign off for the night. Let's see. I did a stream earlier today, and when that stream started, I was at 57.44%. So think about how far we've come. It's amazing. It's amazing. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Have a good one.